Hello, everybody. Welcome. It's Sunday. It's Sci-Fi Sunday, and we're doing the revenge of the Star Trek stream, and I am joined by some awesome guests. I might have another guest coming on a little bit later. I don't know, but right now we're rocking with my good pal Trenchy, the soulless trench coat. My the good pal Marty, Trash Picture Show, and my other good friend DMC Campbell. And welcome aboard, guys. This is the Star Trek stream. So guys, thoughts? Just opening thoughts on the show or shows.
Trench, do you want to take it?
I've only seen one or two episodes of the series, and I've seen the movie, one of the movies. I like everything I saw, so it's all good, and it's very, what I like it is it's sophisticated but cheesy at the same time, and it just seems very fun. And inventive.
It was a very creative endeavor when they started it. Of course, it ran through the original one ran 3 seasons. It was 1966 to 1969, and it's supposed to take place in the 23rd century. And they did 80 episodes, which is pretty good. Pretty good for a 3-season run. Created by everybody. Of course, this is stuff everybody pretty much knows, but I guess I kind of got to go over it. It was created by Gene Roddenberry, who was born in El Paso, Texas, 1921. And I feel like he got a lot of the ideas when he was in the military, because he was in World War II flying B-17 bombers. Which it's kind of cool. Oh, fun fact! He tended to name characters after people he knew in real life. He named Khan, actually, from Space Seed and of course Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. He named it after this friend he had in the military, a guy named Kim Noonien Singh. And he also.
That's where it came from.
He also named Dr. Soon in Next Generation after this guy, and I guess he did that because they lost touch, and he was hoping he would see the show and recognize his name and contact Roddenberry, which is weird. It's like, let's get a phone book, dude. No, can't be that hard, But it's kind of cool. And he shares another fun fact is he shares a birthday with Jonathan Frakes here.
Ooh. Mr. Dan, Spock's brain is no one's favorite episode. No one.
Hi, Dan. How you doing?
Because they control him like a remote control. Trenchy, you would probably love that episode. Like aliens steal Spock's brain, and he's left without a brain. Oh. And then they put this silly-looking headband on him, and then I think it was Scotty is controlling him with the remote control.
Yeah, he's driving him around like an RC car.
I don't know who Scotty is. I know, is he the beam guy? Because beam me up, Scotty.
Yes.
Okay.
Which it's kind of a funny that they never actually say "beam me up, Scotty" in the entire 3-season run of the original series. The closest they get to say is "Scotty, beam me up."
It's one of those misconception things that seems to have taken legs of its own in pop culture, like the Bernstein Bears kind of thing.
Yeah, it's weird. Everybody remembers it wrong, which it's fine. Whatever.
Well, yeah, like when it comes to Star Trek, as Trenchy was saying, it's fun. It's great fun, but like all great sci-fi, it does tackle social issues. Even the early seasons tackle social issues like war and prejudice, and kind of giving people a chance, that not discriminating them against them because they look different or act different. Really great show, and they kind of carried that on in later seasons. And like the cool thing with Star Trek is it wasn't all like fisticuffs and phaser battles. They did deal with some very human issues, ironically set in space. But I think the later seasons had not only some of the best science fiction writing, but the best writing in television, full stop, particularly DS9. So I think we have a lot to kind of thank for Star Trek for. I don't think we'd have a lot of shows with like an overarching narrative, an important overarching narrative, with because of the likes of DS9 and because of the likes of for all its flaws Voyager. Again, really good shows, really well written, and really great commentary.
Yeah, and it's like it's kind of weird because like I'll touch on this again later, but Deep Space Nine when it came out was not a fan favorite. It had trouble. Critics didn't like it, and it's too dark. Oh, it's too blue.
Ethel, I was one of those in my younger, stupider callow youth days. I was like, they're not going anywhere. They're just on a station. They're not doing anything. Why aren't they flying around more and encountering other aliens? What's this politics bullshit? And then you're like, this is probably the best fucking writing I've ever seen in a TV show. So yeah.
I find it the more realistic one out of the universe because like it does deal with things that you would deal with. You would have a situation where you've got a recently liberated planet, you've got the bad guys right next door, and then there's like a piece of it's a wormhole, but for all intents and purposes, it's like a piece of real estate that's important to everybody. They want it, everybody wants it, everyone wants control over it, and you've got another country, so to speak, the Federation.
Yeah, like, you could say it's like the war in Baghdad or the war in like there's this valuable resource and you've people going in and you have different groups and fractions trying to vie for control of it.
Yeah, this is very, very, very cool. But I'll have to get to that after. I'm trying to do it in order. But it's fun. It's so much fun to talk about Deep Space Nine. I'll get sidetracked like nobody's business. Getting back to Roddenberry, there was some fun. I have some fun facts on Gene Roddenberry himself, which is just sort of interesting because it's like he's the guy who created the whole thing. After they premiered the last Star Trek movie, like Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country, it was about 48 hours of that premiere, and Gene Roddenberry died.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Which is kind of weird because it was.
I had heard he had gotten into a fucking raging argument with someone and had put strain on his heart, but maybe you have better information than myself.
Yeah, he was going through some trouble. Of course, he had a long battle with alcoholism and drug addiction, and that's actually why he left Star Trek: The Next Generation. He had to retire from writing in the third season because it was just too much. He was just in such bad condition.
Did he have disagreements with the way that Star Trek was going? Like he wanted it to go one way, and they were going another way, and that led to
there was some friction between him and the studio from time to time. In fact, there was lots of friction early on because they almost didn't become a show. It ended up becoming a Desi Lou production which was Lucille Ball's production company. And if not for her, they would never have given it a second chance. Because initially, when the pilot was premiered, they didn't pick it up. They were like, "No, hard pass." And she stood up and she said, "Hey, no, I'm a big fan of this. I want this to happen." And because she held such influence with NBC, they went back and they greenlit it. And she was actually a big fan of the show while it was running.
I do find it interesting that like that the guy that made this, he was in war and he came out and he made a sophisticated sci-fi show about political issues. Well, Rod Serling, who did the Twilight Zone, which is similar in that way, also was in war. So that's an interesting thing.
Well, I think it's that experience, like it gives people time to reflect on stuff. Like, because if you probably noticed this, Trenchy, certain people we know who have prior military experience, they do a lot of deep thinking, and they got a lot of philosophical views.
Oh yes, quite a few of them. Yes.
So maybe it's just being in that perpetual danger for whatever span of time and being told what to do without having to think about doing it. Maybe it gives you more time to ponder stuff.
Yeah, because they're like two of the greatest sci-fi shows of all time, and they both spawned from someone who was in war.
A fun fact, Roddenberry wasn't the only one who was in World War II. James Doohan, who plays Scotty, was in World War II, and he actually lost his right middle finger in the war, and they had to film the episodes to hide it. And it's funny, there's only 2 episodes where you see his missing finger, or you see the lack of middle finger. One of them is Cat's Paw, and the other is The Trouble with Tribbles. This is kind of cool. War.
Apparently, going on to the World War II thing with Doohan, Doohan himself wasn't Scottish, but he based the voice on, I think, an RAF radio operator who was from, I think, some part of Glasgow, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not 100% sure, but I remember reading that as well. It's just interesting.
Yeah, and it's funny. He got the job because he could do, I think it was either 3 or 5 different accents that he was really good at, apparently. I don't know what their terms of really good is, because like his Scottish accent maybe not that great, because our Scottish friend Sponge has criticized it before. So,
well, I was fooled. So,
but yeah, he was faking it. He was faking it. He's American. Another fun thing about Roddenberry, well, not fun, but kind of a sleazy thing. He created the roles for Uhura and Nurse Chapel. Nichelle Nichols and Majel Barrett. He created those roles for them because he was actually having an affair with them at the time.
Oh.
So, like, it's kind of weird. Nichelle Nichols dumped him shortly after the beginning of the series, when they started filming it and stuff. But it's kind of weird to think that he was banging Uhura and he was banging Nurse Chapel.
Why would you bring them on a show together?
Because I don't know. It's weird, isn't it? It's funny. He actually ended up marrying Majel Barrett. Her fucking name, I'm not even sure if I.
Majel Barrett.
Majel
Barrett.
Majel. All right, that's how it's pronounced. I've only read it. I've never heard it pronounced. They actually ended up getting married. They got married in Japan, and because Roddenberry wasn't attached to a specific religion, they had a Shinto Buddhist ceremony.
Nice.
Yeah.
And not only was Majel Barrett Nurse Chapel, she was also Loxana Troy, and she was the voice, and she was the computer's voice in 3 of the spin-off series. So, like, she was the computer in Next Generation, she was the computer in Deep Space Nine, and in Voyager.
It makes sense. The same kind of hardware and AI would be kind of passed along and stuff. I love her as Loxana Troy, fucking pure and utter man-eater. You're like, wait, this is Deanna Troy's mother? And her constantly flirting with Picard.
It's the best part. My favorite episode with her in it is the one titled Menage a Troy, where her and Deanna are abducted by Ferengi because the Ferengi has a daughter.
Oh yeah, the end. My love nourishes. He starts quoting Shakespeare. If I can't have you, then no one will. Mr. Worf, prepare to fire torpedoes. We didn't know she was with you, Picard. I just love that.
It's hilarious. And then she sits in
Yeah.
his lap.
It's like, oh, you're a very handsome woman.
But that stuff was always funny because, of course, she can read everybody's mind. So when she says like somebody's thinking dirty thoughts, you're never quite sure if she's just fucking with them or if they really were thinking something dirty because her fucking jugs are out the whole time.
She kept on doing it. John Luke, and it's like uh.
That's true. She also tried to get Picard to carry her bags, and then Riker decided to do it, and he could barely lift it because it was super heavy, which was funny.
Yeah, was it Mr. Rom that used to carry her bags? Big tall motherfucker.
Yeah,
Like a
he's like a
bodyguard who was also her valet.
yeah. But, yeah, it's pretty cool. But yeah, it's neat that she got to be in. Basically, she got to be in every series except for like Enterprise because I guess they didn't have a computer voice back then. I guess I don't know, but we're not talking about Enterprise. Fuck that show. That's where it started to become less Star Trek and more like something else. Oh, another kind of fun fact about this is because it was shot at NBC, they had access to other sets from other shows, like the cities in the episode Miri and the city in the episode City on the Edge of Forever, which I know Trenchy has seen, were they were all exterior sets from Mayberry, of Mayberry from the Andy Griffith show, which was around the same time. But not as good.
Oh, we've got John Steele. Hey, John.
Hey,
Oh,
John. Hey, Cheetah.
Not
Hey,
even the
dude.
taste. You must taste it. We got have Cheetah Will View in the chat as well. How's it going?
Ethel, do you think the episodes where human history contaminated alien planets were a case of shit, we don't have enough money for a new set this week. Let's see what's on the NBC backlot, and fucking, yay! This week we're fighting Nazis. This week we're fighting gangsters. This week we're fighting cowboys. It's just like Roman gods, yeah.
Fucking the what was it? Spectre of the Gun is the one with the cowboys. That's probably the laziest set work because it's literally just a red backdrop, and then they have a few Western things put out.
Wait, they fight cowboys?
Yeah, they get trapped.
Yeah, French.
Is it the Tombstone? Is it the OK Corral?
Yeah, it's Tombstone, the OK Corral, and the Clantons.
Oh, I didn't know Star Trek did that. I thought that was more of a Doctor Who thing. I didn't know they fought people and stuff.
Yeah, like it's funny, they weren't fighting real historical people. I mean, they're historical people from real history, but they weren't actually those people. They were generated from their minds by these aliens, because I guess they were ignoring a warning. They're not supposed to go where they were going. They were going to go visit a planet, and the aliens wanted to fuck with them a little bit. I don't know. I don't want to give away too much in case you watch that episode.
There was another couple episodes basically where, say, a book from human history would land on the planet or get lost. Like, that should have been an overarching. That could have been an entire season of some dude bombing around, giving out books of Earth history. Like, one planet basically bases its society on 1920s Chicago, and they have to like take on this gangster called Oxmex, and like you Spock going around in a pinstripe suit with a Tommy gun. It's like fucking awesome. And then there's another one where there's an entire planet full of Nazis.
Ooh. Hey, Moon.
Yeah.
Hey, Brian.
It's
Hey,
funny to point out the one with the gangsters. That's called A Piece of the Action, and it's like Marty says, it's not a time travel movie. It's a culture contamination movie. They guess they left some books with these people. One of the Federation's earlier missions, and one of the books was a cheesy dime store mobster novel.
Yeah, they took it on as their Bible. And it's like, you got Kirk. Okay, what's the deal? You want the heaters? Right, Oxmex. We got to make a deal right now.
I like it when they call the Enterprise, the gangsters do, and they're like, hey, listen here. We got your captain on ice. You've got to send us 10 dozen heaters. And Scotty's just like, heaters? What are you talking about? But that episode's not unlike another episode in Next Generation, which I feel like is inspired by it a little bit, where it's the, the casino, not Casino Royale, but I forget the name. I'm not as good with Next Generation.
The Royale. It's just called
Was it just the Royale?
Yeah, it's
All right.
basically a trap that was put. It's a novel, and Riker susses out because he finds a novel, and as it's playing out, so they have to play out the novel. And you have Data playing fucking poker, and just it's a fun episode.
Yeah, it's kind of funny where the aliens didn't mean to didn't mean to drive the original people who were there crazy. They just sort of took what they could from a dime store novel and built a world around it.
I think they were trying to protect them, or basically make them comfortable, like they were trapped, so that they built this world for them.
Yeah. John, if Telly Savalas had been Khan, it would have been very different. He would have shown up with a fucking lollipop in his mouth, and he would have been like, look here, this is what's going on. And he would have been slapping Kirk around like nothing.
Ethel, who's your favorite character from the original series? Sorry, I'm probably derailing you, but if you have to pick.
No, it's cool. Kirk, hands down. Kirk's my favorite character.
Well, Trenchy, out of the original one you've seen with Kirk and stuff, who's your favorite character?
Oh, Spock and Mr. Gorn.
I don't think you have to call him Mr. Gorn. You can just call him the Gorn.
I like calling him Mr. Gorn. He should have won.
Okay. The DMC, who's your favorite character?
Mine would be Spock because he had the brains. He always got them out of most situations, and the grip, Vulcan grip, and the strength as well. So
my favorite one would definitely be McCoy. God damn it, Jim! Like there's this alien that's been injured and it's a rock. It goes, God damn it, Jim! I'm a doctor, not a bricklayer. And there's another bit where Khan regains consciousness and puts a scalpel to his throat. I suggest cutting the carotid artery. It's like, my God, what a misanthrope! What a wonderful misanthrope McCoy was. Kill me now.
And Spock would always piss off McCoy without even trying.
McCoy would get his own back as well. I was just relieved that the ship was not lost of a valuable captain. There was no emotional reaction whatsoever. Yeah, I agree. In a pig's eye.
I did see the episode where Spock starts feeling emotions and he can't take it because he's feeling them all at once. That was cool.
Can I borrow a feeling? Yeah, Ethel, Pon Far, does that basically mean Spock goes into heat? Like one of Trenchy's cats?
Yeah, Because every 7 years, Vulcans go through Ponfar, and then they have to either get laid or battle to the death, or they themselves will die, which made no sense to me because it's like, well, how, like, I don't get it. But okay, all right, cool. We'll roll with it. We'll roll with it. He's got to get his tip.
Spock rub one off? Couldn't Spock just rub one off and not fucking sort him? I don't know.
And that's where we were introduced to that lovely music. That
does sound like
Amok Time. That's the episode. That's a fucking brilliant episode, though. Just him fucking destroying a toaster. Well, it's not a toaster; it's a computer, but it looks like a toaster.
And Cable Guy copied that tune with Jim Carrey.
Oh yeah, when they're when they're at medieval times and they're fighting, he starts going.
That's such an awesome restaurant that they went to.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that place really exists or not, but it'd be cool. Yeah. So, what was I saying? Oh yeah. To derail things a little bit. I'm gonna go back into the little fun facts because I got a bunch of them. Thinking about the Enterprise, what a wonderful ship the Enterprise is, guys. Oh, look at her! What a classy lady. They actually used, which it's obvious now, but well, actually maybe not because they've gone and replaced the footage. But before they went and they messed with it and put CGI Enterprise in there, it was originally a full-scale model. It was an actual scaled model. There were two models. There were two models for it. There was a 3-foot long model, and then there was a big ass 11-foot model. And it's actually cool. You can still see the 11-foot model today. Like if you go to Washington D.C., it's on display at the National Air and Space Museum of the Smithsonian Institute. You could actually go and check it out, like the Enterprise. It's awesome. Nice. Personally, I prefer the old special effects versus them going back and replacing them. I just think it's totally unnecessary. I mean, what do you guys think about that? Have you noticed this where they've done that?
Oh, the visual effects. Yeah, like in one way, it does annoy me that people worked on that stuff and they worked hard. There was craftspeople, was like an effects team back in the 60s, and yes, it hasn't dated well, but I don't like the fact you're covering up someone else's work. Flip side of that, Ethel, I can understand because if you want to get a younger audience into it, like there is kids these days who are like, gotta be schlocky, like fucking, and you gotta tweak it and you gotta put in new stuff. But I'm kind of with you in that I don't have a problem with the newer effects. I just don't like the fact that they covered up people who worked their ass off at the time because I'm guessing they weren't paid very much. People back then weren't really paid much especially in television, for kind of model making and ship making and visual effects and stuff like.
It's becoming a lost art, and it's sad because I find the effects more believable than the CGI because the CGI sometimes is so jarring. It's like, whoa, what is this? A fucking PS2 cutscene? What happened? Yeah. What happened to my digital opening?
Kind of, it doesn't do it justice. Yeah, the effects also, they kind of the modern effects kind of don't gel well with the actual kind of old school sets and stuff, whereas the older style effects work with those kind of sets and setting and stuff. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know if I'm explaining it right, but
it's kind of akin to that Ted Turner colorization movement that they had back in the day, which had mixed reactions from people, and it's kind of funny. We've gone back to the opinion of colorization is not necessary. We don't need to do it, and they don't really colorize films that much anymore. which people sort of learn to appreciate black and white. You know, whoever's going to watch it's going to watch it. Whoever doesn't. And I kind of feel like that's something special effects should be treated like too. You know.
Yeah. I mean,
Don't
I hadn't seen the series before, and it was jarring. You could tell like when they added the CGI.
Like even on the re-releases, I think on the DVDs and stuff, the newer ones, I think it should at least give you the option. I don't know if it does, but give you an option to watch either the original version or the new version.
I actually have, because I bought this a while back. I already have some of these episodes on the original DVD release, which they did not fuck with. But I bought this back in the day. It's the best of Volume 2. It was really cheap. I got it used, and I'm like, oh, sweet. You know, I'll get these. I got these 4 episodes in one. This had Space Seed, A Piece of the Action, Journey to Babel, and Where No Man Has Gone Before. And
Nice.
to watch it, and I'm sitting there, and I'm like, something looks different when an opening credits. I'm like, is that a no, and then I'm watching, and then like they have that classic shot where the Enterprise is in front of a planet, and I'm like, motherfucker, the bastards, it's been altered.
They should at least given people the option that they can watch it in the original format or the newer kind of visual effects and scaled up format. I think that should have been an option.
Yeah, because it's really only like the credits, the beginning credits, the ending credits, and like maybe 3 or 4 scenes per episode. So it's like it wouldn't take up a lot of extra space on a DVD to just have it there, and you could switch back and forth.
Yeah.
But
Like, sucks.
yeah, what can you do? I mean, it's erased from history. Sad. But
Ethel might know this question. One of the episodes I really liked on the original series was where they go down to a planet and Spock gets stung by one of these flying insects, like just lands on his back, and he has to like learn to try and control the pain and find a cure, which I loved was bright light. The creatures apparently cooked shade because they wanted to keep out of the sunlight. So that was a really good episode.
yeah, that was Operation Annihilate, and I liked it. I liked it because the alien creatures, they looked like rubber vomit almost.
Yeah.
And Spock goes down to the planet to collect a sample of one of these creatures, and he brings a little red toolbox. I thought that was kind of funny.
Well, was that the one as well where he had to be blinded? They had to
Yeah.
expose him to so much fucking sunlight he went blind. Oh,
Yeah.
also, hey, American Werewolf.
Oh shit! You got American Wolf. Oh, don't move the comments when I go to highlight them. Damn it! Make me highlight ones that I'm not trying to highlight. American Werewolf. Yeah, but that's a great one from the original series. Trenchy, you've seen a couple episodes from the original series. Oh, you on mute? You might not be there.
Oh, sorry, I'm getting dinner, but I can answer real quick.
You saw a couple episodes. Which one did you like the best out of the 2 you saw?
Oh, definitely the one with Mr. Gorn. Although I also had seen another episode before where they were like Romans and I think they could move things with their mind. I don't remember that well. But that was good too, but I definitely like the Mr. Gorn one, even though I think Mr. Gorn should have won. But I get they had to teach the moral.
Ethel, is it Gamesters of Triskelion where Clint Howard, a young Clint Howard, is on Shatner's back, riding him like a horse?
No, that's that's Plato's stepchildren. That's the one that Trenchy's talking about. Because the aliens had they had telekinetic powers and they could force people to do things. So they forced Kirk to be ridden like a horse by I believe it was Michael Dunn making him ride him like a horse, or riding him like a horse. Which, guys, you recognize Michael Dunn? He was in Frankenstein's Castle of Freaks, and he was in The Mutations, aka Freakmaker, which we just watched not that long ago. But he was also in there. Another quick technical fact about Star Trek: The Original Series. The Jeffries tubes that are in the show that you're climbing up and down. They're actually named after the art director, Walter M. Jeffries. That's just a fun little fact.
You're named after a pipe in a sci-fi series. Great.
Also, you may notice in the original series, some of the corridors or doors are labeled GNDN, which stands for Goes Nowhere, Does Nothing.
Ooh, clever.
Which I thought was fun. But yeah, it's great. The original series, like, you can see why it got so big after the fact. Why we got Next Generation. Although it's weird, the popularity kind of came later on through reruns, but like it was there wavering while it was airing.
There's one story that fucking fascinates me. So the popularity with the characters, like Nimoy Spock was the most popular than the other characters. And everyone got fan mail, bar Nichelle Nichols, which was really disheartening. And she was so upset. I think she wanted to do stuff on Broadway, so she told Gene that she was going to leave. And Gene said, "Look, don't make any decisions until look, it's the weekend. Wait till Monday before you make any decision. I'll take your resignation, and you can decide on Monday." So she goes off anyway to I think an NWACP meeting, and she's mingling with people, and her rep comes up to her and goes, "Oh, by the way, there's a huge Star Trek fan that wants to meet you." And she's like, "Okay, I'll meet him." And as she's walking over, she goes, "Okay, the fan's going to have to wait. Martin Luther King Jr. is here." He goes, "That is the fan." And she's like, "Oh, hello, Dr. King. It's a pleasure to see you." And he goes, "Oh, it's great to see you. I love watching you Star Trek. That's kind of sad because I'm leaving." And he's like, "Wait, what?" And he goes, "You cannot leave. You are a African American woman in a TV show that is representative of women of color in this in this country, on one of the highest rated shows, not only in America but on the planet. You cannot leave that show." And she's like, "Oh shit." So she went back and told Gene, "Look, Martin Luther King told me I can't leave the show." Meanwhile, that weekend, Gene Roddenberry done some snooping of his own. They had all her fan mail fucking put into a sack that said, "Do not give to the shell." Can you fucking believe that? Pieces of shit.
Oh,
so he gave her all her fan mail, and she stayed thanks to Martin Luther King. Isn't that fucking crazy?
Yeah, it's messed up. It's fucking. Yeah. But them were the times back then. They weren't. People were just bigots, I guess. I mean, what else? Yeah. What else can you say? It's not fun, but that's how it is, you know. You get it twice as bad because she's a woman and she's black. So yeah, twice as bad.
Yeah.
In the 60s, but I'm glad she stayed. The show would not have been the same if she'd left.
Yeah, she was fun. She was cool.
And we wouldn't have got television's first interracial kiss, which was on that episode, Plato's Stepchildren.
Like, what was it? Was it just Shatner being a horn dog, but also being altruistic at the same time? He's like, yeah, I'm going to kiss her because I want to kiss a beautiful woman. I don't think it had anything to do with like social justice or anything. I think it was just a case, I want to kiss the shell. And they're like, for fuck's sake, will you stop? And he said, no, I'm going to keep on kissing her as long as I want. So it's like, yes, it was Shatner doing a good deed for selfish reasons. He just wanted to snog
Yeah.
Michelle Nichols.
Which is that's who can blame him? She's a very attractive woman. And if for those of you who are big Uhura fans, you get to see her naked in the 5th movie.
She always did love a captive audience, Ethel. That fucking fan dance! Jesus Christ!
Dear God, that film. But no, it was kind of cool. It was a nice thing. That happened. Marty, you mentioned earlier Spock's popularity with the kids. Fun fact: Leonard Nimoy's dad was still a barber at the time, and he had like a little barber shop, and kids would come in all the time asking for the Spock haircut, and they wouldn't even know that Mr. Spock's dad is cutting their hair.
He could have made a fortune off that.
Get your hair cut by Spock's dad. Like that could have been in the fucking window.
I love. Oh, sorry. I love.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
The origin. I can't do it, but can you do it, Ethel? The fuck. I can't. My fingers. I should get. I think Shatner used yes, he can. Shatner used to use a fishing line, keep his fingers together. But it's a Jewish prayer. It's some kind of weird Jewish prayer that they used to do in the synagogue. I'm not 100% sure, but maybe someone in the chat knows.
Oh yeah, they have the hand thing. They have the hand thing in the Jewish people. I forget what it means. I used to know because I used to put these things on tombstones, but I don't know. That's a different story altogether. But yeah, it takes some practice to do the Vulcan salute. I used to screw around doing it when I was a little kid on the bus while I was waiting to get to school. I'd be sitting there like looking at my hand, going, oh, I can't get over there.
Shatner used to use fishing line. He used to put fishing line on those two fingers.
Yeah, but you can train your hand to do it. It's pretty cool. So practice it at home, guys. If you haven't done it and you can't do it, just practice. You can get there. Make it happen. It's kind of funny in the movie First Contact when they meet the Vulcans. When Cochrane meets the Vulcans, he tries to do the salute back, and he's like, he couldn't do it. It was kind of funny.
It's fucking hard.
It's a fun little moment.
It's tricky as fuck.
DMC, can you do the Vulcan salute?
I never got in the habit of doing it at all. Probably could with practice.
We get Trenchy back. I'll ask him if he can do it too.
Remember, I was messing around with my cousin. He tried to give me the Vulcan nerve pinch, and it was like, oh Jesus, it was so fucking sore.
Yeah, I still don't understand how that works. I always figured maybe it was like because Spock was the only one who could do it. Maybe it had something to do with the Vulcan telepathy.
No, Data done it on fucking Tasha Yar's alternate universe hybrid daughter.
Yeah, which it's threw that theory out the window. So I don't understand how it works, but it works somehow in the Star Trek universe. That's how you knock somebody out. That, and you got to give them the old double-handed fist punch.
Oh, that's called the Polish hammer. Has anyone ever used the fucking Polish hammer in a fight? Remember Kirk? Like, just fucking trying to Polish hammer fucking the Gorn and shit. And you're like, does that even work? Jesus. Like, what the fuck?
I don't know. If I ever get in a fight, I'm going to use it.
The Polish hammer.
Yeah.
Trenchy, have you ever used the Polish hammer in a fight?
No, But I did see in a movie called The Langoliers, the guy used the move from Spock on Mr. Toomey. Well, you said he
Gosh.
did it wrong because he grabbed his nose.
Yeah, you're supposed to grab like right here. Well, I mean, it actually looked more like. Well, you can't do it to yourself, but well, maybe you can. It's like that. I don't know. It's hard to do to yourself.
It hurts like a bastard. That's what I'll tell you.
And in the comic books, there's a comic where Spock and Wolverine meet, and he does it to Wolverine and knocks him right out.
Yeah, there was a series of those comics. They also met the TNG crew as well, and Data fights. You'll like this, Trenchy. Data fights Colossus. I finished. Fuck! I
Ooh.
should have brought up my issue of X-Men versus Star Trek.
Oh, oh yeah, no, it wouldn't work because that was only the movie version. I was gonna say that'd be trippy for Professor X to meet Professor X, but if it's the comic book version, then it wouldn't be.
There is a funny moment in the original comic. Ethel might remember this, where someone goes, "Dr. McCoy," and both Beast and Leonard McCoy go, "Yes," and it's like,
It's a great moment there, but I don't know. It was fun. I like it when they do that sort of thing, the crossovers with things that you wouldn't get. There was a crossover where they crossed over Next Generation with Doctor Who.
mm-hmm.
Oh,
There was also an Aliens Voyager comic in the pipeline, but it got cancelled. I used to know one of the guys who was doing art for it, and he showed me a really cool thing of like 7 and 9 and 7 and 9 and the Doctor in a hive just blasting away at xenomorphs. It's a cool story. It's an alternate kind of universe story where xenomorphs infect Voyager. So Seven has to assimilate the crew in order to save them and destroy the hive. Pretty cool. I got to, your man sent me a draft that he was supposed to work on, and I got to read it. It was pretty cool.
That's crazy. Like the Borg wouldn't be able to assimilate the alien because the acid blood would melt those nanoprobes.
Yeah, that was the thing. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, like it's great. But I guess we've exhausted the original series, so we'll move on to Next Generation, guys. If you'd care to.
Yep.
All right, perfect.
Okay.
So this was a long time coming for fans. We saw the original series depart us in '69, and you had to wait. All the way until 1987 when we would get Star Trek: The Next Generation. And we got 178 episodes of this show. What a great show! What a great spinoff! Like, guys, your thoughts on Next Generation?
Trench, go first.
oh, Q is one of the best characters ever made, and Whoopi Goldberg's a badass.
It's
Oh,
funny.
that's all I had to say.
Oh, okay. Well, it's funny about Whoopi Goldberg. She actually inquired about a role when the show was still in production, like before it even was airing. She wanted the job. She's like, "Hey, do you guys have a role for me? I'd be interested in a role." And it took them a year to get back to Whoopi Goldberg about that because they thought she wasn't serious.
Yeah, did she ask LeVar Burton to ask for her? And they were like, yeah, she's having a laugh, LeVar. Go way out of that.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's like because they didn't think that a big name actress like that who'd been in movies and stuff would be in a silly sci-fi TV show.
I think she adored Nichelle Nichols growing up, and that was another factor as well.
Yeah, she's a huge influence on her, I guess. Which probably what an influence on many young girls, really. especially if you're African American, because you don't see a lot of people on TV at the time. Like it's mostly just white people on there, and you never see a black person in a position of any kind of remote authority. And Uhura sometimes had like authority, even if she wasn't.
I will say that when it came to kind of racial representation, season one of TNG had some stumbling blocks, particularly the one where you had a race of space Africana people, highly sexist space Africana people making women fight in a luminescent jungle gym. That she has to fight this dude's wife with like a poison spiked ball, and they're on a fucking jungle gym. It's like, oh my god! One advice I give to anyone who wants to get into Star Trek, and if they want to get into the next generation, maybe watch the first Encounter at Farpoint, and then ignore all of season one, because by Christ, season one. Ethel, would you agree? Season one's fair fucking ropey.
Yeah, it's got some weak points, but it does have some strong points, because like season one of Next Generation, you get Q, and you end up getting I think the Borg were in season one. I think that's where they introduced them. Or was that
they set them up in season one, because there's an episode called The Neutral Zone, where they encountered the Romulans, and a colony has literally been scooped up out of the ground, and the Federation thinks it's the Romulans, but the same thing happened to a Romulan colony, and it turns out they only find it out because they find people from the quote-unquote 20th century. They find a country and western center, a stockbroker, and a soccer mom frozen in time in pods on a satellite.
That's a great episode, because there's a lot of comedic stuff, and I like how Data gets along with the country western singer.
Yeah, that's a fun episode. But by and large, they're not. The first season, it's kind of ropey. Don't watch all of it. Maybe like ask Ethel or myself like what episodes you should check out in season one, because there's some stonkers.
I think you have to watch Encounter at Farpoint. That's like mandatory.
There was an episode.
Go ahead, DMC. Sorry.
Oh, there was an episode where Picard was trying to buy some time to save these people on a planet. An alien race had come back and was trying to claim the planet. I think they're called the Charlek or something. He was trying to make a negotiation with them to buy them some more time, and they kept on quoting like laws to try and see which one would have the upper hand. And the one funny moment was when he was like putting his finger over the dust on the bridge, just to keep them waiting while he was making them sweat. You remember that episode?
Yeah, it's brilliant. They were fucking dog ignorant to him, so he's like, okay.
They were trying to like beep him to like say come back to the screen, and just keep them on hold.
And he's walking on, and Riker's smirking, and he's just the big placard on the bridge, and he's like,
puts his finger over the dust. Like, I'll keep them waiting.
Cool.
Waiting. Yeah.
This is a great episode. There's another. What the hell is it called? Is it Chain of Command? I'm like I said, I'm not as good with the Next Generation episodes, which is ironic because I've got more Next Generation like memorabilia than I do like actual original Star Trek. But is it Chain of Command where they get the captain from the other not the other Enterprise, the other Federation ship, and they
Jellicoe. Is Jellicoe? Is that the sequel to Best of Both Worlds?
Yep.
No.
Because Ronnie Cox takes over as captain when oh fuck, you're right. It's not Best of Both Worlds, Ethel. It's where fucking there are 6 lights or there are 5 lights, and
There.
yeah. That's it. Chain of Command. It's Ronnie Cox.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's Chain of Command, which that's a great episode. Trench, you should check that one out too. That's a pretty good one. That's a 2-parter too, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The originally, Joe, one of the ideas was to fuck with the audience, was in the opening credits to take out Stewart's name and put in Ronnie Cox's name at top billing just to fuck with the audience. That would have been amazing.
Wait, who's Ronnie Cox?
He's off RoboCop. It's the what is it? Head corporate guy that's trying
Oh,
Dick Jones. He's Dick Jones in RoboCop.
He's the inventor of that big
Okay.
clumsy robot that falls over. What's it called?
The Ed
I forget the
209.
name. Yeah,
Yeah.
Ed 209. Yeah.
Ethel, can I ask you a question? Right, so in retrospect, when I first watched that episode, I'm like, fuck, but Ronnie Cox sucks. He's a dickhead. He's such an asshole of a captain. And then when you go back and watch it, actually, he's a really good captain. He's a really, really good captain. He's like, he just wants to fucking do the mission properly, and like, Riker's giving him shit. And like, when you watch it initially, it's like, yeah, Riker, you suck it to the man. And then when you watch it again, I was like, this guy's trying to accomplish a mission and stop an all-out fucking war between the Romulans or the Cardassians and the Federation, and you're just being an egotistical prick. It's like, when you watched it first, were you like that? Were you like, fuck you, Jellicoe?
Yeah, because originally you watch it and you're like, wow, this guy's a fucking dick. He's so mean to the fucking crew. Like, what the hell? Why does he got to pull up his ass? And then, like, you watch it again and you start realizing some things. You're like, all right, well, first off, the Federation, the Starfleet, it's sort of like it's like the military. All right, they are legit. They are the closest that universe has to a military. You know, so that because they've got rank, they have weapons. They're out there defending planets. I mean, they're exploring. They're doing other stuff, but for all intents and purposes, they are the military. So, you got to have order and discipline. And like when you look at how like Picard or Kirk would run their ship, they were a little bit more flexible and lax than like the military is in real life. So like when you see Jellicoe do it, you're like, actually, that's probably how most of these captains are on these spaceships. And yeah. he was in a high pressure situation, and I love it when he makes the Cardassians wait. It's hilarious.
There's another bit. I don't know. Maybe it was requested by Maria Sirtis, but in that episode, he's like, "Oh, by the way, counselor, would you mind wearing something a bit more appropriate?" Because like, we finally get fucking Deanna Troi wearing a proper fucking uniform instead of loungewear.
Yeah, he's like, I expect a certain formality on my bridge. I would appreciate it if you would wear the proper Starfleet uniform. It's so funny because like you see her in the uniform on the bridge and she looks pissy. Like it looks like somebody shit in her cereal.
There's a very good episode called Relic, where they find Scotty trapped in a transporter beam, and he comes on board, and it's pretty sad. It's like you're basically he's obsolete. There's no place for him in the new ship. His engineering skills are just like in the past, and he goes out searching to get drunk and recreate the original bridge. So I thought that was quite sad, drinking with Captain Picard. If anyone can remember that episode.
That's a really good episode DMC as well, because there's a bit where he's trying to bond with Geordi, and Geordi is like,
let's get rid of him.
Geordi isn't like a fucking stickler for the rules, but at the same time he's efficient. He's 24th century efficient. Where Scotty's like, no laddie. You tell him the job will take 3 hours, even if it's only going to take an hour and a half. It's like, no, we need to fix this.
It's just the whole like there's no place for him, and
Yeah.
he just doesn't know what to do.
You know, Doohan had his ashes spread in space.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, they had a vial of his ashes sent to space, and then later, when they had the International Space Station, his family contacted NASA with another vial, and they're like, "Can you bring this up to the space station for us?" And NASA denied that request. So his family actually gave the ashes to an astronaut who smuggled it aboard the International Space Station.
Nice.
So they got Scotty up there by hook or by crook. But Relic's a great episode. It's a good instance of bringing back a character from the original series in Next Generation where they would have to be dead. I mean, although McCoy wasn't dead when he was in the first episode, that was kind of weird. But yeah,
And
it is what it is.
You guys talk about Q being, overall he's a dickhead, but there was one episode where he actually taught them a lesson. He flung them into a section of the galaxy where they first meet the Borg, and it gets them out of the crew being too arrogant or complacent, because they weren't ready to face it, and they thought they could take on anything, but they can't. So he taught them a little lesson.
I'm with DMC on that. As much as antagonistic as Q is, and as shitty as it was to do, because they would have. We know from season 1 they've been scooping up planets and shit, and they would have encountered. I think it did kind of benefit them as well. It's like, look,
because he said you've only met the Klingons, you haven't met anything yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's there's a great scene in that episode where they're held in a tractor beam, and the Borg ship is got a laser, and it's just slicing a circular section of the ship out and just pulling it out.
Yeah.
Like, it's a great practical effect too, with like little models. It looked great. I always remember that. It's like my favorite
scene. There's one thing that always bugs me with the Enterprise, that they shouldn't be doing these missions with all these civilians aboard. Because on that scene, I'd love if someone shouted, "Oh no, the nursery!" Like, oh no, the nursery!
They've taken the kindergarten. Damn them!
And of course, you can't forget the death of Natasha Yar by the Skin of Evil episode.
Yeah,
that was a shocker.
Yeah, I guess she left because she thought she was going to do something else. She wanted to do movies and be a big star, and then it didn't quite happen for her.
Yeah,
it's sad.
And
Got more for promotion
at the end.
The thing is, there's a lot going on there as well. I must send you on. There's a really good documentary. R.J. Coleman. He's a Scottish YouTuber who does stuff on Star Trek, and apparently she was treated. Who I don't know, was it Meyer, who was one of the producers behind it. He treated like women like shit, and he was particularly abrasive towards her and Terry Farrell. It's as bad as Denise Crosby got it. Terry Farrell apparently got it way worse, but we'll get into that later on. But
oh yeah, but it was sad because like fans were upset when Tasha died in the show, and like we lose Denise Richards or Denise Crosby. God damn it, not Denise Richards. That's a different woman altogether.
Wasn't in Star Trek.
That would have been weird if she was in there. But no.
In a way, it was kind of good because it showed you that you can't go through episodes and everyone gets away scot-free all the time, or doesn't get a scratch on them or doesn't die. I think it shows you even in space in the future you can still get it.
Mm-hmm. And Next Generation, they did away with the whole concept of red shirts too, because like we got used to red shirts in the original series, always dying, always Like you see a away team and there's one guy with a red shirt, and he's not Scotty. You know his ass is fucking dead.
Yeah, he's the
That made
lifespan
me
of the
laugh
gas.
so hard when I saw that when I was watching the episode in the red, because I knew the red shirt from Galaxy Quest, and I just see the guy run out. And I'm like, oh, he's gonna die, and then he gets shot, and it was so funny because it's just like that trope is so put in the pop culture that it's just funny to see it in action.
So if you
And
wear a
that-
red shirt, you're more likely to die. Is that kind of
Yeah.
what some theories were going around? Certain color shirts, if you wear one, you're more likely to get it.
It's funny though. That's what led to the colors of the uniforms being switched around in Next Generation. Because initially, Command was gold, then you had Ships Operations was red, and then you had Sciences, which was blue. They switched it around a little bit in Next Generation because of the whole red shirt thing. So they changed Ships Operations to gold, and Command became red. And blue was still Science, which makes sense, I guess. Which there's a question. Why is Counselor Troy's uniform blue? Counseling is not science.
Medical? Does it
Is
fall
it- is
under
it-
medical?
I guess like mental.
Yeah, it could fall under medical. You're fucking,
I-
does your HMO in the future cover trauma? Fucking trauma specialist.
They should have made it
John-
pink for caring.
John's a counselor. John, do you consider that a science? Because he actually does do like counseling type stuff. Well, you know.
Oh, that
Oh my
means he'd be.
God.
If-
Can you imagine John in that blue number or the purple number from the first season? First couple of seasons. John, how do you feel about skin tight lycra?
Mhm. Yeah, he said mental science, psychology.
Yes, I highlight that so the audience can see. If it'll let me highlight, there we go. Psychology, yes. See, so that means, John, that means if you were in the Star Trek universe, you wouldn't be in any danger because you'd have a blue suit or a blue uniform. You'd be fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so they changed that up to get rid of that whole thing. We lose Tasha, which is sad, but we get her back later on. She comes back in an episode where they meet another Enterprise, and then she goes and dies again, which is weird. But hey, we got her back for a little while. And then she comes back yet another time where she's half Romulan.
There's a
Oh,
whole
she has like a
tiny
sister,
whiny thing.
doesn't she?
No. What happens is that the alternate universe Tasha Yar. Okay, I'm gonna try and do this as best I can. Alternate universe Tasha Yar ended up on the bridge of the ship that was originally 150 years, or no, not even 150, maybe 50 years or 20 years prior. She survives that ship's crashing. She ends up in Romulan prison. She is taken as concubine for a Romulan general. He has a daughter with her. Tasha Yar was killed. The daughter looks exactly like Tasha Yar, except with Romulan features.
Honestly, Tasha has the worst luck in this series because if you think about her backstory, she grew up on a planet where she lived on the streets, avoiding rape gangs.
Rape gangs! Like, why not just spray paint the building? The Federation sucks. Fucking Ferengis' noses look like dicks. I don't know, just anything.
Well, she avoiding rape gangs, man. She's avoiding rape gangs, and then she ends up dying by an evil tar pit, and then she comes back and she ends up getting kidnapped by Romulans, and then being forced to like, what the hell, man? What the hell?
I thought Chief O'Brien had it bad. Jesus.
Oh. Yeah, the Keiko's shrill voice, he had to have it bad.
Yeah, well, we're Irish. We probably drink through the pain. I'll get to O'Brien, my favorite character.
Oh,
Oh,
Brian
we'll
was
get
cool.
there. We'll get there. Of course, this is the series that introduced Chief O'Brien, which he was just the transporter guy in this one. He's not. He's not like head of
He was.
engineering.
That O'Brien is the only reason I give them a pass on the fucking space Irish itinerants, which turn up with their donkeys and their fucking straw and their chickens in the cargo hold of the original Enterprise, and that fucking town Fairhaven in fucking the town of Fairhaven in Voyager, which is actually supposed to be in the county I'm from. It doesn't exist. Before anyone asks, Fairhaven does not exist in County Clare.
Oh, well, just shatter the illusion, Marty.
Sorry.
How were those Fairhaven accents?
He's not pleased.
Because like watching those episodes of Voyager, and after knowing you and talking to you as much as I do, like I'm like they don't sound like Marty at all.
Ethel, there are North Koreans with better fucking Irish accents than the actors in that fucking show.
That's awesome.
But yeah, so it's a fun thing about this show. When it was just starting out, Patrick Stewart thought it was going to be a failure. In fact, he was so sure that the series was going to fail that he didn't unpack his suitcase for 6 weeks. Which that says a lot, huh? But I guess it's just because it's a spin-off and not like a brand new thing. He was unsure. Originally, when he read for that part, that his agent made him wear a wig.
Yeah, Roddenberry. That was Roddenberry's fault because Roddenberry says there's no bald people in the future. Baldness has been cured.
Which it sort of has. It sort of has. Oddly enough.
Speak for yourself.
Well, no, they got Rogaine and they got like fucking all sorts of shit now.
I'm not putting fucking elephant semen on my head to grow my fucking hair back. No fucking way, no how.
Marty, your baldness is cool though.
Yeah, no, it looks good on you, man. John is calling bullshit on the baldness cure.
John, your baldness is cool too.
Yeah.
You guys make baldness look good. Like if you had hair, it would be weird.
Yeah, no, some guys look good bald. Hey, fucking Guinan likes bald men.
She does. She's rubbing Picard's head like it's the top of his fucking knob sometimes. So seductive. Actually, do you ever notice how many women love pawing Picard's head? Obviously, there's some kind of phallic representation. Vash is always, ironically, a chick named Vash is always touching fucking Picard's head.
I like that episode where Picard goes to Risa. I think it's Captain's Holiday, and Riker asks him for a souvenir, and it's just him playing a prank on him. He gets that fucking fertility statue. Freaking hilarious.
Another kind of Picard-centric episode I love. It's essentially Die Hard on the Enterprise. There's the Enterprise is kind of getting their radiation kind of clean sweep, and there's a bunch of kind of mercenary pirates that are trying to steer the warp core. It's either warp core or dilithium crystals. And Picard goes back on to fucking get his saddle. Yeah, get his saddle because he wants to go fucking horseback riding or some shit. And because this thing is going, this fucking kind of scan is going through, none of the phaser weapons work. So you've got Picard going around with some kind of alien crossbow fucking taking out these kind of terrorists like John McClane. It's fucking brilliant.
There's another one that was a little bit like Die Hard, but with children. Picard gets trapped in a turbo lift with some kids, and the Enterprise is held hostage. Or wait, is it?
No,
It's
that episode's disaster.
That's disaster.
Yeah, I think Roddenberry or one of the creators wanted to do their own version of Tower and Inferno set on board the Enterprise.
Yeah, but that was a good one. Then there's one where I think it's called Rascals, where they get turned into kids.
Yeah, that's a good one as well.
And then the ship gets captured by Ferengi.
They really were hoping in the early seasons that the Ferengi were going to be the new big bad, but I think it was just they made them too silly and too ridiculous.
Yeah, the audiences couldn't take them as a threat.
No.
Which I like the Ferengi. That's one of my favorite aliens. Oh, that's a good springboard question, guys. What are your favorite aliens from Next Generation?
Trench?
I don't know. I like the Q aliens. Oh, that dude that looks like you have him on your desk. He's cool looking.
Worf, he's a Klingon.
Yes. I'm sorry, I only saw one episode, so I didn't really get to see much of the aliens in the series.
Oh, good. He's not going to fall down this time. No, it's okay though. Like Worf is great. He was one of my favorite characters in Next Generation, actually. So it's good. DMC, what's your favorite sort of aliens from this show?
I thought the Cardassians were a little bit more. They seemed to be a little bit more ruthless than the Klingons. Actually, I thought they were best aliens.
Ooh.
There's an alien called Kardashian that is ruthless. That's hilarious.
And they had one where it was actually torturing Picard. There was an episode, I think.
There are 4 lives.
Yeah, that's actually that Cardassian was played by David Warner, which is no stranger to Star Trek, because he was in I believe it was it Star Trek 6 that had David Warner?
He was in 2 movies. He was in 5 as the human representative, and then he was in 6 as Chancellor Gorkon.
Yeah. Which it's great to see him in stuff. He's a big character actor. But the Cardassians are great. Marty, did you have sort of a favorite alien from Next Gen?
Oh, I don't know what they're called, but Paul Winfield from the Terminator played them. They were kind of these pig-like men, but they talked in stories. I'm going to call them Darmoks.
Yes. I can't remember what their species name was either, but yeah, Darmok.
Darmok and Gilad. When the walls fell. I like those guys were cool.
I would have lost my temper at him trying to like.
Yeah, it's like talk fucking English, you motherfucker.
His sails unfurled.
Gilad, Darmok and Gilad.
I would have gone, Jesus Christ, we're going back to that again, and walked off.
I like it turns out the whole time he's just saying, I need to take a shit. Will you turn around?
I like it when they're having the conversation when the aliens are having like sort of an argument on their bridge of their ship before they send Picard down to the planet, and that one alien who's in charge, he's just like, in winter, which is like their version of shut up.
Oh, Mr. Dan makes a good point as well, Ethel. Paul Winfield was in Wrath of Khan.
Yeah, poor guy. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Never forget about that. No, damn it. Damn it. StreamYard making me click on the wrong thing here. Not the wrong thing, but I don't know. It was making me click on options. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that, guys. But yeah, that's a great episode. That's one that you should check out too, Trench, when you get around to it. That's a good one.
Okay, I definitely want to watch more of the shows because all of them were good in their own way.
Trench, okay, that episode, I'm going to sell it to you two ways, right? Do you like Predator?
Yes, Predator's awesome.
Did you like Enemy Mine?
I don't know what that is.
Dennis Quaid befriends an alien Luce Gossett Jr. on an alien planet.
Oh yeah, I've never seen that, but
Okay,
it sounds
fuck that
cool.
then. Did you like Predator? It's like Predator as well. You have to team up and fight a predator like alien with a Triceratops head.
That's awesome. So it's kind of like because they did that in the Watchers, but he didn't have a Triceratops head, but it was a predator type creature.
Yeah.
I like
They're all
Predator.
on Netflix, so they might be on there on Netflix. Might have all the
Oh.
episodes.
All the episodes are also available on Amazon Prime.
Yeah, that's how I watched it.
Which is, it's good. It's good that they do that. I'm surprised that they're not only on Paramount Plus or whatever it's called. Because it's a Paramount property, but hey, no, it's good that Amazon's got it. And that Netflix has it. I think Netflix does have it too.
Over
as you were
here,
saying.
you can all the episodes. Over here, you have the original series, Voyager, TNG, and DS9, and Discovery. But that's going off in a bit.
No Enterprise?
Actually, it has Enterprise as well. I forgot about that. I always forget about that.
Oh, we have it, but I haven't watched it yet.
We won't really talk too much detail about Enterprise, but we might get into it a little bit, just on like what's wrong with it. But we'll wait till we get there. Fun fact about Next Generation. We were talking about the Borg earlier. They were originally supposed to be like insectoid aliens.
Yes, because in the episode Conspiracy, the little fucking bug aliens were actually originally supposed to be sent by the Borg.
Yeah, that's a great episode too. Like if you want to see a cool episode, Trench, that's another cool one in Conspiracy.
Oh god.
They blow off a guy's head, and then this weird fucking alien queen thing comes out, and Picard and Riker are like, what the fuck is that? And then they just fucking blast the bastard to bits. It's gory as fuck. I'm amazed.
Ooh.
I think it got caught in certain regions, Ethel, because it was like a really gory episode at the end.
Yeah, it's like you don't expect it because gore is usually not something you get in Star Trek. And they blew a guy's head open, and then there's an alien inside his friggin' body. Like, what the fuck?
And then they
That's
blow the shit out of that as well.
Yeah.
That is brilliant.
No, you're good. You're good, Brian. Quoting stuff is cool. I got no problems with that, man. You gotta keep doing it.
Brian, no one is angry at you. You okay?
Another fun fact, thinking about O'Brien and the transporter, the actual ceiling of the transporter in Next Generation is the floor from the transporter in the original series.
Ooh.
It's a neat little detail.
Sweet.
But it was great because Next Generation sort of brought the whole franchise back, and it was so successful that it launched spin-offs, and we got yet another spin-off, guys. I don't know if you wanna take this one, Marty, because I know you're a big DS9 fan as well.
DS9 is an interesting show because, again, as I said, when it started up, I remember thinking, this is boring, they're not going anywhere. But what you get is a really interesting fucking kind of, dare I say, a really interesting kind of fish out of water story where if best way I can describe it. Sorry, Ethel, I'm kind of doing it juxtaposed way. So one of the things that one of the ways that Roddenberry pitched Star Trek and his idea for TNG and the original series was it was a wagon train in space. This is more like the Rifleman. This is more like this guy is coming into town. He's the new sheriff in town, and he's taking his son, and he's to deal with all this shit. And it's like they're in one location, and it's run down. The station is fucked. There's a whole lot of political intrigue going on, and you have the character of Benjamin Sisko, one of the best fucking characters in the Star Trek universe. And he has to not only has to deal with political turmoil, he's to deal with crime, he's to deal with negotiating with a zealot religious order, and he has to also deal with the recently liberated Bajoran people. And it's just there's a lot fucking going on, but it doesn't bombard, it doesn't fucking drown out the story of a dude who's trying to also raise his son as well. It's really well. Avery Brooks is fantastic. You might know him as, was he Hawk in Spencer for Hire?
Yep, he was Hawk in Spencer for Fire or Spencer for Hire, excuse me, not for Fire, for Hire. He was Hawk in Spencer for Hire, and he also was Hawk in his own spinoff. He had a spinoff too, which was short-lived. But he does a great job in this show, and it's funny. He's a single dad in the show, and in real life, he developed a close relationship with the actor who plays his son on the show, and they'd actually would go out to basketball games and stuff, and he sort of became almost like a surrogate father to him, which was really sweet.
Yeah, Bob Brooks was brilliant in that, and there's so many great episodes. And
yeah,
while I do love Cisco, the one character which I'll get into later on. There's one character I love who turned up in TNG, and he's my favorite character. But I'm going to go on a whole spiel about him later on.
Well, we'll get to him. I got a factoid about him in here. Of course, Deep Space Nine ran 1993 to 1999. We're gonna party like it's 1999, and we got 173 episodes of this great show. And it never felt dull, even though like they were just on a space station for most of it. Although they did use the runabouts and use the Defiant in later episodes and go places more, but it was kind of cool how they set everything up. And it did something different, which is it's risky for a show to do something different than what the formula is, but they took the best bits of the whole Star Trek formula and they did something completely different with it. You know, you've got political intrigue, and you've got commentary on religion. And it's crazy because like Cisco becomes a religious icon for the Bajoran people, which is an interesting angle.
It's daunting, as if he doesn't have enough shit to be dealing with.
Yeah.
I should give it a chance because I saw it and I thought, oh, it's set on a space station. I think I saw the first episode where Picard is in it. And thought, oh, nah, I'll just go straight to Voyager. So I should.
I think a lot of people. Sorry for going back in a circle again, and again, I don't know if you felt this way as well. When you started off, it's like, they're stuck in the same place. What's all this political talk? What's this about a Holocaust? Where's the phaser battles? Where's the alien fucking slugs? Where's the like hot women dressed in leather, fucking with stuff stuck to their head? What's going on here? Like, you know.
Like it was cool though. I liked it. Like at first I was kind of like I don't know what to expect. I thought it was interesting because like I'm a big fan of the design of the space station, so that's sort of what got me hooked into it when I first started watching it. And I liked how they introduced it with Picard, and how they connected it to the Battle of Wolf 359.
Yeah.
I think as soon as he fucked off, I thought, oh, I'm going on to Voyager, because I think I like the whole spaceship and going anywhere. I didn't like that change of pace. Maybe I was just used to the formula.
That was the kind of thing. That's, as Ethel was saying earlier on, though, it was not embraced by fans initially because it detracted from the prior shows. They were not. It wasn't about exploration. It was about staying put and fucking keeping an eye on this fucking wormhole, this natural resource. And yeah, so that's why I think a lot of fans were like, "Wait, what's this? Is this Star Trek?" And and you laugh now because it's one of the best of the series, I think.
Better than
Yeah,
Voyager?
Yeah.
Because I really like that. Thought Voyager's amazing.
The Voyager's pretty good. I still like, and this is probably out of all the spin-offs, this is probably my favorite. It's just because it was so much more serious, and like it gave you a lot to think about while you're. I mean, the shows always give you a lot to think about, but it gave you a lot to think about that you could relate back to actual things that happen in the real world, and it got criticized by critics and fans for being too dark and being too like serious, and like Star Trek's supposed to be fun and happy and like get a happy end. It's like, well, no, this is more like real life.
It was definitely a big departure. It was definitely a major departure from the utopia that Roddenberry had set out. But again, keep in mind that like beyond the Federation, there was other planets that weren't part of the Federation that were like shitty things were happening to people. Like, just fucking just space is a big place, which means there's plenty more room for fucking shit to happen, for people to be oppressed, people to be murdered. Like,
Like we got 4 quadrants in the galaxy here, and like that's a big ass fucking territory to cover. It was great though when people finally did start accepting it and getting into it. They realized that it did have a lot to offer. I think now it's gained more popularity after it's been canceled and it's been in syndication for all these years than it did when it was airing. Yeah, so it's kind of cool. It was, of course, it was created by Rick Berman and Michael Piller, who were writers and producers on the Next Gen. So it's not like it was a total separation from the rest of the franchise,
it does have a bit of controversy around it as well. I don't know if it was Ronald T. Moore or someone was working with Michael J. Straczynski on a series that came out at the same time, and Ethel probably knows the name of the series and what I'm talking about. And it was a show called Babylon 5 or Babylon 6. Oh, Christ!
Babylon 5.
Babylon 5. Okay, tell me if this sounds familiar. Space station, political intrigue, warring races, and yeah, it just, there was a lot of people wondering, did DS9 rip off Babylon 5? What do you think, Ethel? Do you think it's a bit too much of a coincidence?
I think it's different enough because you've got the whole religious angle to it, which I don't remember Babylon 5 had that.
I don't think it did either, no.
My dad absolutely hated Babylon 5. He said, this is absolute shite because all they do is just like talk and talk. There's no action.
Yeah, like Deep Space Nine had more action than Babylon 5.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys ever watched a TV series from Edgar Wright with Simon Pegg called Spaced. But there's a bit where Simon Pegg's character gets a job in a rival comic book company, and his old boss comes in and goes, "Can you not come back and work for me?" "Yeah, but I don't want to hand in my notice. Can't you just get fired?" "Oh yeah. Hey Ron, what? Babylon 5's a pile of shite. Get out!"
Like it's got its fans though. It's weird. Babylon 5 has a huge fan base for being. I mean, I don't want to trash the show. I really don't want to trash the show, but I just could never get into it, and it didn't look as good. Like it had
God, it was ropey. The visual effects were super fucking ropey.
like I don't understand why they went the way they went with the visual effects because it was all early CGI type shit, and it just looked bad. It looked so bad. It looked like like an MS-DOS game you'd boot up on your fucking Windows 98 PC. It just looked bad. Like, what is this? No, you're supposed to use models. They always look more realistic. What are you doing? And like you add in the fact there'd be long scenes with absolutely nothing happening, and then you got this guy who's got a weird ass friggin' haircut that just distracted me the whole time. I'm like, what the all right, I've seen weird before, but what the fuck?
There's a character as well that Trenchy would love. There's a box that wears a cape that has a helmet that looks like it would be worn by a dog.
Wait, there's a living box that has a cape and a dog helmet.
Yeah, in Babylon 5.
You sold me on the show. I gotta watch this now.
But I don't know. I think there might be a little bit of inspiration here or there, but I feel like Deep Space Nine is different on many different aspects, and it's got the whole universe of Star Trek to live in. So it's great. And Trenchy mentioned how the Cardassians sound like Kardashians, and there's this great advertisement on TV for Deep Space Nine that still runs from time to time. It's on I think it's Heroes and Icons, which is a over-the-air TV station that has the show, and like they'd splice together a bunch of scenes with the Cardassians to melodramatic music, and they're talking about like they got that one kid who didn't want to be, or that one Cardassian child who didn't want to be a Cardassian, and then they had like Gul Dukat's daughter in there, and like they were just talking back and forth, like, oh, I don't want to be a Cardassian. Oh, well, what about the other Cardassians? And like just go back and forth. They're like, tune in and keep up with the Cardassians.
Perfect.
It was wonderful. Like I'll have to find that on YouTube and share that with you guys through the chats at some point. I'd screen share it here, but I can't do that from a tablet. But it's cool. Couple fun facts from the show. In the earlier seasons, if you ever pay attention to it, in Julian Bashir, Dr. Bashir's office, there's like a jar. It's like a jar of pills, and like the level, like the amount of the pills in the jar keeps changing from scene to scene and episode to episode. And I guess the story with that is, if you've ever noticed that little flub there, is they were M&Ms. That jar was filled with M&Ms, and the crew is stealing the M&Ms and eating the M&Ms in between takes. So they're eating all Bashir's M&Ms. So keep an eye out for that if you ever watch it. Oh, and on the subject of Bashir, he was played by Alexander Siddig, who I guess is half Indian, which I didn't know till I looked him up, which is kind of cool. He actually ended up getting married to Nana Visitor, who plays Major Kira. So they got married in 1997, just after the 5th season, which is kind of neat. It's like they're married. Think about that. It's like that's Odo's girl. What are you doing?
Do you know who his uncle is, right?
Who?
Malcolm McDowell. He's Malcolm
Oh
McDowell's
yeah,
nephew. He
yeah.
played
Oh shit,
Solon.
I didn't realize that. That's cool. That's cool. Oh yeah, we're gonna lead right into who you want to talk about, Marty. Your favorite person here. I'm probably gonna mispronounce his name. Calm Nini.
Bang on. Schmack
Okay.
on. Perfect. Colin
All right.
Meaney, legend.
Friggin' he played O'Brien, guys. Great Irish actor. He was in Die Hard too. He crashes the plane in Die Hard 2.
Oh,
He's also a mercenary. He's also a mercenary in Under Siege. And if you guys are looking, if you guys want to see proper Irish comedy where Irish people are acting like proper Irish people, watch any of Roddy Doyle's movies. He's in all of Roddy Doyle's movies, be it The Commitments, The Van, or The Snapper. Check him out. He's basically kind of working class Dublin lad, and he's really funny.
Yeah, I've got him on Under Siege at home in my collection. Yeah, pity he died though.
Funny. It's kind of funny when he came on to Deep Space Nine to reprise his role as Chief Miles O'Brien. He went to the wardrobe department and he asked them to make a couple modifications to his uniform, or alterations to his uniform. One of them being he wanted his uniform to have sleeves that he could roll up. Because he's saying that he's the kind of guy that would be getting down into the dirt. You know, he's a working class fellow, O'Brien is. So, like, he's going to be rolling his sleeves up.
He essentially, so there's an Irish kind of talk show and he appeared in it because he approached the character like a mechanic that used to live down the street from him. Just this pure salt of the earth Irish mechanic who'd be fixing your fucking Beetle or your moped or your fucking Ford Punto or whatever the fuck. He'd just be always rolling up the sleeves and be like down on. He said half the time the guy was underneath the car, and he kind of based him on that. And one thing I love is because did I cut across you, Ethel? Did you want to say something?
No, no. Trenchy sneezed.
So the thing about Colin Meaney is he's a fantastic actor and he's a fantastic Irish actor because if you guys know me, Irish people, every second word they do is they swear. And if you watch any of his stuff, he's always fucking swearing. So he wanted to kind of put the nail in the head and prove that Miles O'Brien was proper Irish. So there's a scene which got shown in your part of the world, but not in England, where he's trying to fix a machine. His daughter's been kind of zapped through this old fucking Prophet's machine, and he hits it with a wrench and goes, bollocks! And bollocks means kind of balls or testicles or fucking shite bollocks. So it passed the censors in your country because it's like, well, we don't know. It's not offensive to us because we don't know what the fuck it is. But in England, they weren't allowed to show it. So yeah, bollocks. He got to say bollocks. He was the only guy who got to say bollocks in Star Trek. That's why I'm so fucking proud of the dude. And it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool as well. Sorry, Ethel, I'm going on a bit of a tangent that, like, you've different kind of minorities and different people represented. And finally, yes, I know they took the piss in the first season of the Irish, but it's Miles O'Brien is an Irish character who isn't like, diddly eye or fucking, kind of playing a fucking bowron or fucking talking shit or wearing a Karen fucking sweater. He's a proper Irish character and he's represented properly in the show, and they seem to go backwards in Voyager, but I digress.
Yeah, he's Gown. We lost Trench. He'll be back. He's a very likable character too because he's got that working class attitude. You know, he's like the guy down the street. You know, who's working on the car in his yard every weekend. You know.
Yeah. That was the inspiration.
And we got more of his backstory in Deep Space Nine because he wasn't really he was sort of a very peripheral character in Next Generation. Like they did some stuff with him and Keiko and stuff like that. And like like his marriage and his had a child, and like he was in a couple episodes where he was featured prominently, but not to the extent as he is in Deep Space Nine.
Yeah, he's fleshed out way more.
And it's kind of funny. When he was on Star Trek: The Next Generation, he was doing it episode by episode, so they'd sort of let him know ahead of time that they'd need him, and he'd have like that kind of a temporary contract, almost like a guest star type of thing, a special guest type of role. And when they brought him into Deep Space Nine, it's a permanent role. Like he had an actual legit like long-term contract. And he was very hesitant to sign on. He was comfortable playing it on episode by episode basis, but he wasn't sure if he really wanted to become a television actor full time and be locked into it. But thankfully, he signed on.
Brilliant character.
Yeah, it's great work. Great work by good actor. You could kind of tell is he a method actor, Marty?
Kind of more of a thing that he'll like 9 times out of 10 if you've seen him in interviews, that's the way he is in real life. I'm not saying he plays the same person over and over again, but he injects his own personality into the character. Even as a villain, he injects this kind of like fucking kind of proper Irish fucking salt of the earth kind of dude, and he is very serious when it comes to the craft as well, though.
You can tell he really cares a lot about the role, Another actor who was kind of like not wanting to sign on board to do Deep Space Nine was Michael Dorn, Mr. Worf. Apparently, he didn't want to reprise his role because of how long it took to put the makeup on, and he wanted to move on. He wanted to do other things. He wanted to do films. He wanted to do other TV shows. He thought he could really do something different. And he changed his mind when they came at him and they showed him how much money they were going to pay him to come back as Worf. So, right, okay, I'll sit in the makeup chair for 6 hours. All right, it's cool. So yeah, they backed the money truck up and they got Worf, which was a great addition to the show.
Do you think they brought him in to kind of maybe kind of sweeten the pot for fans of TNG and kind of like our ratings aren't as good as they could be?
Yeah, I definitely think it was a ratings move. Like they wanted to boost the ratings, and they know that Worf is probably one of the most popular characters from Next Generation. Like Worf was a breakout character. Data was a breakout character. Picard, breakout character. Riker to some extent. People really like Riker. Geordi.
I do like the fact as well that Frakes is starting. He's starting obviously the original series, but he starred in DS9. He starred Voyager, and I know you're not a fan of it, but he also turns up in the finale of Enterprise. So yeah, that's like Frakes has turned up in like 4 fucking series as Riker.
It's funny, when he got the role as Riker, he had never even seen an episode of the original series. Not a one. He was totally like didn't know a thing about it. So he ended up renting a bunch of episodes and just binging the hell out of it last minute before he started to learn his lines and shoot. So that's kind of a cool fact. Like, it's weird you'd think somebody not go through their life and not really see the original series at all. Like, I mean, before this, I know Trenchy hadn't seen any of it, but he had at least seen one episode of the original series.
Yeah, I saw the episode with the Roman people.
Yes, Plato's stepchildren.
Yeah.
Oh, Full Moon is saying the ending of Enterprise was 100% bullshit.
But Moon, it was such a long road getting from there to here. I mean, like, fucking song.
What, like, I remember, like, all right, briefly gonna touch on this. I remember when I first saw Enterprise, I was excited because I'm like, oh, we got Scott Bakula. He's great. I loved him in Quantum Leap. This is gonna be great. And like, it was not great at all. Oh no. And that fucking opening title scene. What? Since when do we sing during the
It's
credits?
been a long road. Getting from there to here.
Get it there. The
I got
time
faith of the heart.
Oh my god! What were they thinking? Like Jesus!
We got to hold off because I think we should wait till the end of the stream to tear out a new arsehole because there's such like I've some good points to make about it, but by and large, we need to tear out a new arsehole.
Yeah, we'll get into it. I guess we will get into it after we talk about this next show, guys. This next show, sometimes, like, you got to do different things. We did different things with Deep Space Nine. Did some great things. We got to learn more about the Bajorans. We got to learn more about the Cardassians, and we made some friends along the way. We met some wormhole aliens. Cisco somehow ascended to become a god. I did not expect that. Okay, and yeah, it was great. It's great. Powerful acting. Actually, I'm going to ask Trenchy this question before we move on, as we're just closing it out. Trench, you recently saw your very first episode of Deep Space Nine.
Yes.
And for those of you watching, I gave Trenchy homework for this stream because he hadn't seen anything other than Plato's Stepchildren. So I gave him an episode from each series. I gave him an episode from the original series, which was Arena. I gave him an episode from Next Generation, which was Q-less. And I gave him an episode from Deep Space Nine, which was Far Beyond the Stars. Trenchy, your thoughts, buddy?
It's like a really good episode of Twilight Zone that isn't Twilight Zone. That the main dude killed it. Like, he deserved an Oscar. Like, his acting was fucking amazing. Like, I don't know much about the crew, but I wouldn't mind watching a show about just these people in the 50s trying to survive against racism and stuff, because it was really good. It was a really good episode. Very powerful.
Very well crafted. Some great acting. Like, you could see Avery Brooks was just acting he was acting his heart out. He was acting his soul out, man. Like, took a big chunk of that.
Like, he wrote that episode. He wrote and directed that episode, if I'm not mistaken, as well.
Yeah.
The scene where he's like trying to get a story published, and he's obviously upset, but he can't let them know he's upset because, he can't yell at them because he's black and they're white and he could get fired. So he's trying to keep it under control, but you could tell he's very upset. Like, it's very, like, it was very good acting.
Yeah, it definitely. I don't know if he got an award for that. He should have. That should have got one of those. What is it? An Emmy? Is it an Emmy?
Yeah.
Yeah, should have got an Emmy. Should have got something. Should have got a Saturn Award. That show should have got a Saturn Award. I don't know if it did or not, but it should have. Definitely. But yeah. DMC, do you have any thoughts? Have you seen this episode?
What episode was that?
Far Beyond the Stars of Deep Space Nine.
No, I only saw like the first episode of Deep Space Nine, and I just went to Voyager.
Shit!
So I'm gonna have to.
Give it a chance, DMC, because it is a good show.
yeah, it's got a lot to it, and it's got a lot to say. Not even just this episode, the show in general has a lot to say, and it says it in a very entertaining way. You get a lot of great characters. Yeah, it's good shit. So, moving on, if nobody else has anything to add on Deep Space Nine, I've shown it a good amount of love here. We got in 1995, we got a show called Star Trek Voyager, which it ran from 95 to 2001, and we got 168 episodes out of this show. DMC, you're a big fan of this show. Would you like to kind of set the premise?
I just I think Voyager and they start out the captain I think gets them lost, and it's like they're trying to make their way back to their sector. I think it's called Delta quadrant, and they get transported to another quadrant, and they're trying to think up ways to try and cut down the distance that they have to travel along the way, and they encounter planets and enemies as well. It's the Janeway's just trying to get the whole crew back to where they started from.
Yeah, it's crazy. They end up the first episode. It has them. I think they're chasing the Maquis, which is a terrorist group within the Federation, and they're sort of like this paramilitary terrorism group, and they go on attacking the Cardassians. And you like that, Trench?
Yeah. More
and
terrorists.
A what?
More terrorists should do that.
No, the French, we do not condone. We do not condone any terrorist organization attacking King or Kanye or anyone.
But so Voyager is chasing down this tiny Maquis ship, and they end up encountering this alien device called the Caretaker Array, which transports them. Marty, do you remember how far away the Delta Quadrant is?
I think originally to start out, it would have taken either 70 years for them to get home.
That's right. That sounds about right. Yeah.
70 years.
Yeah.
I don't know the exact logistics, but I do know it would have taken them 70 years to get from the Alpha to the Delta, back to the Alpha Quadrant, from the Delta Quadrant.
Yeah, and of course that's a lifetime. That's a lifetime having to hang out with Mrs. Columbo.
Yeah, that short-lived series. Yeah.
Which, for those of you that don't know, the actress who plays Captain Catherine Janeway is Kate Mulgrew, who was Mrs. Columbo, which was the spin-off to Columbo. And that's a fun fact for me, because you know how I like Columbo a lot.
Yeah, I loved it. The whole different sort of spin on, you get to see the crime, being committed, and then the sort of guy trying to cover their tracks, making sure he's got everything sorted.
Yeah, Columbo always plays dumb, and then he solves it, and he's like, just one more.
Yeah.
Mrs. Columbo did very much the same thing, except she, instead of being a detective, she was like a magazine writer or reporter type thing for a small little like grocery store circular.
Didn't she have like a kid sidekick as well or some shit? I remember catching a couple episodes after you told me about it. Like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, it's weird, but it wasn't a terrible show. It just wasn't a very good show. And then she got Voyager, which did much better, lasted much longer, and still had its share of hate. People still hated Voyager too. People liked it, but a lot of people hated it.
I will say some of the writing, I'm not the biggest Voyager detractor, but I do understand why people don't like it. There was a lot of reliance on the holodeck. It's like, they're in the holodeck again. Okay. There was some cool episodes. Again, like you pointed out before, there's a brilliant one where the Horosian, which are like the Star Trek version of Predators, come onto the ship and they reprogram the holodeck to make better hunts. And the crew ends up in like a simulation of World War II. France occupied France in World War II. But they really did use the holodeck a wee bit too much. The Fairhaven episodes pissed me off for obvious reasons, but they really did. I think they used the holodeck as a crutch a bit too much.
And just the sidebar from this, just because Full Moon is mentioning it, and he's absolutely right. In Columbo, we had an appearance by Spock in, I believe it was, what is it, Stitching Crime was the episode.
He played a doctor, I think.
Yeah, he played a heart surgeon, who used to, so that was cool. And we had Kirk. We had fucking William Shatner in not one but two episodes of Columbo. He was in what the hell is it? I'm losing the titles now. But he was in one where he played an actor who murdered somebody, and he was in another where he played sort of, and now he played sort of a conservative radio talk show host, which is obviously a direct reference to Rush Limbaugh at the time, who was really big when that episode was made, who also murders somebody. So that's kind of a cool Star Trek connection right there. I'd be remiss if I did not point it out as a Star Trek fan and as a Columbo fan. But
I just like the general idea that finally there was a woman in charge. It's like, they're in space in the future. Why shouldn't there be a female in charge? You've had all these male captains. Why not? So I thought it was a little bit refreshing in that regard. So
yeah, it was great, and of course Kate did a great job as Jane.
Yeah.
And so what?
Oh, my bad, Apple.
What were you gonna say, Trench? Say it.
I was just gonna say, yeah, I don't get why people don't like the lady captain, because all the time I just hear people talk shit about the lady captain. I thought she was good. She did a good job. She was really cool.
Yeah, she's very, very, very compassionate and caring about not only her crew but any alien race they'd come across, and like they were always helping people out, even though like they had no business trying to help anybody. It's like, what are you doing? You're trying to get home. Don't fuck around and help people. Come on.
Even as was it 7 of 9? She was like almost like a surrogate to her, trying to take her in as like a daughter almost. Could she?
Yeah.
You could see the good in her and was trying to keep her from wanting to become Borg again. So.
Yeah, and sort of taught her how to be human, which is great. Trench, you mentioned that you liked the character 7 of 9.
Oh yeah, she was cool. The robot woman, right?
Yeah, she's a former Borg.
Yeah, I thought she was a good character. Like, she was the one that stands out of the crew, besides the fat alien guy, but he didn't really get much screen time in that episode. The episode was more about the 7 of 9 character. And I really liked the camaraderie of the group because it really felt different from the other episodes I had seen, because they felt more like it was like a job. Like, yeah, they cared for each other, but it felt more like a work type thing. Well, these people felt like an actual kind of family, kind of like Farscape and stuff, where it's just like a group of misfits clumped together, like different types, instead of more of a work like regiment, which I enjoyed.
Which they did sort of have that aspect to it, because a good percentage of the crew of Voyager is made up of the Maquis ship they were chasing, because they end up having to combine crews because the Maquis lose their ship.
Yeah, I think that's cool.
So you've got like these terrorists that you don't fully trust for the first season as part of the crew, but they quickly dropped that angle and like they'd make references to it throughout the seasons, but we never really did much with that. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, Trenchy is a good point because again, like we kind of got stuff like that in DS9 with like the Bajoran kind of police and stuff on board the ship. But this is you have former kind of non-Starfleet individuals. Then you have like oh Christ, I forget his name. I have it purged from my head because he drove me nuts. And Neelix, fucking you have Neelix and you have Kess and you have Seven. So they're not like all Starfleet. They're all kind of it's rough going. They are, as Trenchy says, they're like a family. They fight more, and I think that's down as well to there was a rule in the early seasons and the early series of Star Trek that Roddenberry didn't like conflict among crew members, but like once he passed away, they kind of dropped that. And oh Christ, Dan is after bringing up my most hated character in the entire fucking franchise.
Neelix had a hot girlfriend, I remember.
Yes.
Oh yeah, he had Tess who was like,
yeah,
as much as I despise Neelix, the fucker Dan is talking about. Oh, wait till I get into. Oh, and I like.
He's like Native American, wasn't it? As
nobody knows. Nobody knows, Dan. Nobody knows DMC. He's super fucking big. Is he Maori? Is he fucking Is he Mexican? Is he fucking Native American? All he says, Ethel, is my people. My fucking. For example, in the Mirror Universe, he's a big Maori tattoo going down his face. Is it like all the have all the indigenous cultures in the future combined? Maori and Native American and Alaskan, have they all combined to make a super ethnic community? That character just annoyed the shit out of me.
I always wanted to call him.
Oh, go ahead, Apple. My bad.
I always wanted to call him Commander Chayote because that's what it sounds like. But what were you going to say, Trench?
Is Neelix the fat alien guy?
With the spots and the yellow kind of like stuff on him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he's
that's
the cook, I think.
Yeah, he's the cook / ambassador. Okay.
Neelix is the fucking Orko / fucking snarf of fucking Star Trek. Oh. That's what fucking Neelix is.
I like him. I only saw a little bit of him. I like him. He reminds me of John Candy from Spaceballs.
It's funny. This wasn't his first foray into Star Trek. Ethan Phillips is the actor who plays him, and Ethan Phillips was also in an episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation. He was in the episode Menage a Trois. He played one of the Ferengi.
Oh. Okay.
And he was in First Contact. He was in Star Trek First Contact, too.
Oh, the Mater D. He's the Mater D. Also, the Doctor, Robert Picardo, turns up in that as the Doctor, which he's one of the better characters. Well, my favorite character is Seven for two different reasons.
7 and 9 is definitely the big breakout character of the show. Probably the biggest breakout character. Which isn't... It's kind of interesting. I'll get to that in a second. But we mentioned earlier on this topic of 7 of 9, of course, portrayed by Jerry Ryan, who is a great actress, and really she should have done more. I wouldn't have mind seeing her in a couple movies. I mean, maybe she has been, but I haven't seen them. Despite the close relationship on the show between her and the captain, and like they had sort of this mother-daughter type thing, Kate Mulgrew was actually completely the opposite to her as an actress and as a person.
Yeah, she was a See You Next Tuesday to Jerry Ryan because two reasons. One, she was very good friends with the actress who played Kess, and Kess kind of got booted out in place of Jerry Ryan. And two, she just felt the character was brought in for kind of how would you phrase it, Ethel? Sex appeal.
Sex appeal. Yes, sex appeal. They they wanted some people to pitch some trouser tents when they watched the show, and boy howdy did they. And obviously, what's wrong with that? It's not like they just made a character only for that, though. She had other things they did with her. They made great use of this character. But Kate Mulgrew, she was so fucking bitchy to Jerry Ryan. She wouldn't even let her take bathroom breaks, like when they're shooting a scene. And her excuse for that was, oh, it took too long for her to get in and out of her one-piece suit. Like that cat suit. Which, that's a fucking excuse and a half. And, yeah, she was just really mean to her. A complete bitch. And Robert Beltran, who plays Chakotay, said that if Kate was a man and she was treating him like that, he would have taken a swing at her.
Yeah.
Maybe things would have been different if we got one of the other people they had auditioned to play Kate Mulgrew. We had a wide palette of people, but it's just some of the more notable people I'm going to put out there. We had Lindsay Wagner, the Bionic Woman. She auditioned to be Captain Janeway. We had Linda Carter, fucking Wonder Woman. We could have had Captain Wonder Woman. How great would that have been?
Hell yeah.
And we also had Helen Shaver. She auditioned. And we also had, guys, you're not going to believe this, Linda Hamilton.
That would have been awesome.
Oh, Sarah Connor would have whooped ass.
Damn, man. Like we could have had that, but we didn't. We got Kate. We got Mrs. Columbo. It's all right. Cool. She did a good job.
Anyone like Tom Paris? I thought he started off as a rogue, but then he gradually matured. So I thought the actor that played him was pretty good.
Fun fact about Tom Paris. He was originally, that character was supposed to be played by Robert Duncan. Was that the actor Ethel? Something Duncan or Robert Duncan?
Yeah.
Or
I think that's
right,
he's
Robert
in
Duncan.
TNG, and he's essentially the same character. Basically, he's a guy he's a cadet alongside Wesley Crusher that does this kind of stupid maneuver that gets someone killed. And originally, it was going to be the same character, but for two reasons. One, they'd have to pay royalties to the writer who wrote that story, and two, the creator of Voyager said, actually, no, Tom Paris, we want to have him as a story arc, whereas the other character is totally irredeemable in that story, which I think it would have worked. I think they should have just fucking made him the same character.
I mean, how much could the royalty really be? Like, they could have hammered out a cheaper deal. It would have been fine. I would have liked to see it. I like it when there's a connection. Oh, by the way, since we didn't say it when we were talking about it, shut up, Wesley.
Fucking Wesley.
Will Wheaton, one of the few celebrities who has blocked me on Twitter.
Well, yeah, he's the guy from Big Bang Theory they make fun of all the time.
Yeah, like he's like.
Oh yeah, Sheldon's at war with him all the time. Yeah.
I
And that went to this.
It is what it is. Like I don't even know why he blocked me. I never said word one to him. It was just fucking. I went to check out what he was doing on there, and it's like, oh, you were blocked from this account. I'm like, oh, well, fuck you too, Wesley.
Fuck him, stupid jumpers.
They were right. Will Wheaton's an asshole.
Fun story. When they were negotiating for raises on Next Generation, one of the things that was offered to Will Wheaton, they said, "Oh, well, we can bump you up in rank on the show. We can make you a full ensign." Which that's got to be the most shit raise I've ever heard of. Like, do you want this phony title for this make-believe thing that you do? It doesn't come with money.
Ethel, speaking of ensigns, fucking Harry Kim. What the fuck? How the fuck does someone 6, 7 years? How does someone remain an ensign? Actually, he gets promoted, then he gets knocked back down to ensign. Or no, he doesn't even get promoted. How he got demoted while he was an ensign? How the fuck does that happen?
I don't know, man. Like you thought like there would be some progression there, but nope. He stayed the same rank the whole series. Like then there was that one episode where he got in trouble because he banged that alien chick and then it made him glow.
Yeah, he got an STI. He got a fucking STI. And then Janeway is like, I gotta fucking knock you down a rank, Harry. And you're like, what rank? What fucking rank? He's an ensign. Fucking junior ensign? What the fuck? You want to make him play with Lego? What the fuck are you on about?
I guess she made him an acting ensign.
Fucking acting the bollocks more like. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it is like all right. The show was kind of unfair to that character. They didn't do much with him. He always struggled with he had the Geordie syndrome where he couldn't get laid to save his life, and the one time he gets laid and he gets an STI.
What's his character? He's Asian, he's on shore, and he plays the trumpet. Oh, you mean like Riker? Oh my god, he doesn't even have a fucking original fucking character work.
Oh no, it wasn't the trumpet. It was the clarinet.
Jesus Christ, it's even fucking
So he's like Squidward.
Essentially, I guess. I don't know, not even like Squidward, because at least like Squidward had some balls once in a while. Like
yeah.
Ensign Kim has no balls. And like he develops a crush on Seven of Nine for a couple episodes. There's like a really short arc that ends almost as soon as it began. Which, let's face it, if Harry Kim was with Seven of Nine, that's pretty much how their bedroom antics would end up. He's like, oops, sorry, oh, sorry.
You have ejected your warp core prematurely. Ensign Kim, leave my bedroom. Just, you know the way Seven is, matter of factly.
Yeah, just fucking very awkwardly just states whatever it is that needs to be said immediately.
Jerry Ryan, I obviously like 1,000,001 prepubescent young fellas, had a major crush on her. She was gorgeous, but she was sexy. She was fucking sexy, gorgeous, but she could act the shit out of that role. Do you remember when the doctor had to download his kind of memory into her neural implant? So it was her taking off Robert Picardo. And then there's another one where all the personalities of Unimatrix comes out to her, and she's like, in one scene, she's like a Ferengi. She's dealing that. Yeah. Well, like Jerry Ryan is a fantastic actress, and you're dead right. She should have been in more shit rather than Dracula 2000 as one of Dracula's brides.
It's a crime she wasn't in more. It's funny at the same time I was enjoying this TV show, there was another show I used to watch called The Sentinel, and she actually was on an episode of that show, and she got to play another Sentinel, and she did a great job there too.
If she's cool in another series, it's she turns up in the third or fourth season, and she's through it. But Leverage, if you've ever seen a show called Leverage, there are people when people have been wronged, they're a team. It's kind of like the A team. They go around and they screw over like big corporations or confidence men who have like fucked over people, and it's really good. And she's in it as one of the team. If you get a chance, she's like in 3 or 4 seasons. It's called Leverage. Check it out.
Oh, absolutely. Like, I'll have to take a look, see if I can find it online. Maybe it's on Tubi. But
And Brad Dourif
oh.
is in it as well, so it's cool.
Oh, sweet!
It's a
Fucking
good show.
voice of Chucky. So that'd be kind of cool. So yeah. In that episode where she gets multiple personalities, the Ferengi personality tries to buy the Astrometrics Labs big giant view screen. And that leads me to my other little fun fact, that a lot of the images on the screens in that Astrometrics Lab in the show are actually Hubble Space Telescope images taken from the real Hubble Space Telescope, which is kind of cool.
That's awesome.
I thought that was a fun little fact to have in there, because I don't get to see that in a lot of shows. Show me some Hubble shit. But yeah, it just there's a lot about Voyager that was good. It had some down points, but you get over them fast. Like the first season of that show, I can barely stand because of all the stuff with what the hell are they called? I'm forgetting what they're called.
The bargain bin Klingons.
Yeah.
They're oh Christ, I forget.
They got the fucking
Kazon.
crazy hair.
Are they Kazon?
Yes, the Kazon. I can't stand those aliens. They're so annoying. They're not cool. They're not cool. What the fuck?
But Ethel, despite the original series, I think it's fair to say, even DS9 to an extent, the first season of each one of these kind of shows really has trouble finding their footing, I think, and Voyager is no exception. Although there are other problems with Voyager. It's not as detrimental as people make out, but I can definitely see why, again, holodeck. Why so much fucking holodeck?
Because people love Fairhaven and Da Vinci Studio.
I'll give Deep Space Nine a go, I suppose.
Do.
Yeah.
Ethel, before we finish up on Voyager, we gotta talk about a 2-part episode that was supposed to be an entire season. And if it had been made an entire season, it would have kicked arse. Year of Hell. Ethel, your thoughts, Year of Hell?
Oh, fucking Red Foreman comes in and he starts screwing up the timeline. And man, we got pitched this great story arc. We pitched it in the show in reference, and they made it seem like it was going to be an entire season that we had to look forward to. And it was supposed to be the darkest season. Like, everybody's dying, the ship is falling apart. Like, it just, the worst shit is happening to everybody. And then this episode came along, and it's just a 2-parter, and everything that happens doesn't matter.
Like that was the thing. The idea was cool because at the end of the day, Voyager was not in the Alpha Quadrant. They were out on their own. I think they encountered another ship that had been using alien life forms to power. They were like an evil version of Voyager. But by and large, they were out on their own. And it just, if they'd done this as a season, it would have solidified. Yes, they're out on their own. Their ship is just about holding together, and it's just, yeah, it's like that was another thing that always bugged me, because like the ship always seemed to be in pristine kind of condition, and everyone was like playing Dom Josh or the fuck Seven played with fucking the little girl. Everyone was, hey, Neelix is making spaghetti. It's like, you're out in the fringes of nowhere. Could you be a bit more fucking serious, you know?
One of my favorite lines from the show, as silly as it is, there's coffee in that nebula. I loved Captain Janeway's obsession with coffee. That's great.
It did have my favorite. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I can kind of identify with that obsession. What were you gonna say, DMC?
I was just going to say Voyager had my favorite species, alien species. They started off as bad, but they became good in the end. Species 8472 that were they're actually able to handle the Borg. They fought
They
a
were
war
fucking
against them,
cool.
and they wiped out cubes all
My
over the show.
housemate hates the design, but I like the idea of these kind of, dare I say, floating kind of quadrupedal centaur alien fuckers that can like make shit of the Borg.
Just the Borg were like afraid of them, actually.
Yeah, because their ships were biomechanical and they weren't able to assimilate them.
Yeah, it was kind of cool to see the Borg bite off more than they can chew, and it's like, oh, there's something more powerful than them. And like before this, all we knew was that the Q were more powerful than anything. Like they were the top tier. And then now we know like there's a species that was more powerful than the Borg. The questionable CGI aside, it was a cool concept. I even like how they come from the area between universes, fluidic space, that's crazy. That's actually a real concept in theoretical physics.
And it's good how they became friends in the end. They signed like a treaty and they got on with them in the end. So
yeah,
that's good.
It was very interesting idea, and it was good follow through. I liked it. It's cool.
Yay, friendship pudding, yay.
Also, Ethel, I was going to say, if you guys are fans of Star Trek and you like first-person shooters, really good game was released in the Star Trek Voyager universe. Voyager Elite Force.
Solo layout. Let's do this. Make it big so everybody can see.
Voyager Elite Force. It's for the PS. It came out for the PC, PS2, and Xbox. And it's probably too shiny though, but it's a first-person shooter, and it's all the voice actors, all the cast do voice acting. Really fun multiplayer, and basically you play a security team who have to do certain missions like steal energy cells from a Borg cube, or kind of like, fucking take on the Marquee. Really good game. If you come across it cheap and you still got your PS2, pick it up. Really fun. And it's for the Xbox and PC as well. So just said I'd mention that.
If it was third person, I'd be definitely down to play that, but I can't stand first person shooters. But it's still, if you're into that, it's a great it's a great option though, I guess, is what Marty's saying.
Yep.
But it's Voyager had its down points too, though. Like as good as it is in some retrospects, there are things about it that hurt it a lot. One of the things, which is a plus, but it's also a minus, sometimes the doctor's character can be a little annoying.
Yeah.
Oh, but arrogant kind of thing. Yeah.
And it's Robert Picardo does a good job at playing that character, but it's just sometimes it's like too much doctor in this, and like, oh, don't have him say that. That's more annoying than it is funny. Like, so I know it's like there's a thing of comedy where it can be funny for the viewer if a character in what they're watching is annoyed by another character. But as a side effect, sometimes the viewer can be annoyed as well, and that happens a little bit with the Doctor and Neelix to some extent, or actually to great extents.
Jesus Christ, Neelix. Tuvix. Do you remember Tuvix, Ethel? Where he combined with fucking Tuvok.
What an awful episode that was. Jesus Christ. Like I could barely get through that one. I'm like, Jesus, this is the worst thing ever. No, no. Why? Of course, you guys will remember Robert Picardo. He was in the Explorers. He was the voice of the alien in the Explorers.
He was in Gremlins 2 as the head of security.
Yeah, and he gets molested by the girl gremlin at the end.
He was also the serial killer werewolf in The Howling, and he was the cowboy character in Inner Space, another Joe Dante movie.
And he was in another show I like a lot, Stargate SG-1.
Oh yeah, Woolsey. Was it director Woolsey? Yeah.
Yeah, it was Woolsey. He was always trying to get the fucking the Stargate program shut down. 976 Evil. Was he in 976 Evil, John? Put that up here. Put it up so everyone can see. I gotta keep remembering. Sorry. Oh, by the way, sorry in the chat if I'm not highlighting you guys. I'm trying to highlight as many people as I can, but sometimes my shit starts running slow and like I'll click it won't go on, and then it will go on, and it's like sometimes I just give up. But I'll try to highlight you a little bit more now, so you can be more responsive. But just wanted to let y'all know. I never ignore you. I see what you say. I see everything. But it has its detractions. It has its good things. Sometimes I don't think they took advantage of the ship all by itself concept as much as they could have.
Again, that's why I think they really squandered the Year of Hell concept.
I actually only saw the whole series last year, so I really enjoyed it that I binged watched the whole thing. I put in like each day at least 2 or 3 episodes, so I just found it really good.
John is confirming that Robert Picardo is in 976 Evil. Okay, cool. Confirmation on that. Another failing of the show. I mean, like I said, everything has its good points and its bad points. Don't mean to thrash it, but another failing of the show is the techno babble. While that's a mainstay in Star Trek, in Voyager, at some points, especially during the later seasons, every other word could be a made up technology thing. Like, you guys notice that?
The word positronic was burnt into my head because of fucking Voyager. Positronic beam. You know, the positronic analog station center here. And it's like, fuck. Positron. Not everything's positronic. This is a fucking spanner. This is a 3-pound plug.
But they did that a little bit too often. Kate Mulgrew has been quoted as saying that it was daunting for her at times because she felt like she was learning Japanese overnight. But I guess she got over it once she got to bully Jerry Ryan.
So you don't have it on DVD, Ethel, or is it just the original you've got in the background?
I don't have it on DVD. My ex had it on DVD, but when we split, obviously it stayed with my ex and not with me, so I don't have it anymore. But it's on TV.
Voyager back.
Yeah. Huh?
I want Voyager back. Give me it.
But the cool thing about it is it's on TV six nights a week, so I get to watch it almost every night anyway. And I do. Basically all the shows from no, not anymore, but for some reason they've stopped putting the original series on after they changed the time schedule for the shows. They used to have it that 6 nights a week you could watch the original series, you could watch Next Generation, you could watch Deep Space Nine, and you could watch Voyager, and then if you really wanted to, you could watch Enterprise. And you'd watch it right in a row, 1 episode each. then they got Walker Texas Ranger, and they took the original series off and put it on at 1 a.m. But even though they say it's on at 1 a.m., usually it's not on at 1 a.m. Like the other night I was watching, and I was expecting it to come on, and I'm like, oh, I'll watch the original series. I haven't seen it in a little while, and it was an episode of Dateline.
Oh no.
Oh, for fuck.
And then they did it to me again last night. I expected it to be on, and I'm like, well, I got to make that choice. Do I watch Two Broke Girls or do I watch the original series? Well, let's see what episode it is. And you know what came on? The District.
I don't even know what that is.
Oh, it's got Coach in it from the TV show from
It's
Coach.
about a police chief who's in Washington D.C. Trench. It's shite.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
It's boring.
Because I know Dateline is shit. It's like 60 minutes. They're both like kind of stupid.
Yeah, it was NBC's answer to the CBS show 60 Minutes, and it's a news magazine show. It's boring. So I was disappointed. But detracting from that, does anybody have anything really left to say about Voyager? Or should we move on to to fucking savaging Enterprise?
Again, I get why people don't like it, but I do think it does get a fucking fucking raw deal. Well, as you said, there is some really good points in it as well. It needs to fucking it relied a bit too much on the holodeck, and as you said, too much technobabble and not enough jeopardy for a ship that's out in the middle of fucking nowhere.
It needs more love from Martin.
Dude, trust me, there's fans out there that fucking hate that show way worse than me.
Mm. Oh, thanks for stopping by, Mr. Dan and Horror. It's nice to have you here. And real quick, yes, Craig T. Nelson. I couldn't remember his name, Brian, but yep, he was the guy from Coach. He's the guy in the District. Yeah. Sorry, just had to mention those things.
You're good. I do like how the lady captain has a Han Solo moment in the episode I saw. And the guy from Seinfeld was in it.
Yeah, I assigned Trenchy the episode Think Tank to watch, which has Jason Alexander play this alien who's like the head of a think tank who tries to kidnap Seven of Nine because she's smart.
No. He's not trying to say, so he just wants her for her brain, not the rest of her. Shocked.
Yeah. I didn't believe it either. It kind of reminded me of that episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation called the one with the most toys, where that collector kidnaps Data.
Yeah, and Data straight up nearly murders the guy until he's beamed out at her. I love that.
Yeah, and then they're like, "Oh, there was a phaser discharge in the transporter beam, Data." He's like, "Oh, there was?"
You lying git.
Initiate lie mode.
So, yeah, and again, as problematic as Voyager is, at least it's not Enterprise, right?
Yes. At least it's not Enterprise. Dear God, just fucking how you can fail.
Road, getting from there to here.
I've never seen this. I only know the premise. It's like, isn't it? They can go into space, but not as fast as they can in the later ones. Yeah.
It's supposed to be what happens before. It's one of the first. It's the first Enterprise that's a starship, and it's like, this is it, guys. We're gonna see what it was like before the technology of the original series. And I'm thinking, oh, okay, so it's gonna be like. It's going to look a lot like the original Enterprise's bridge, and like the technology is going to look really similar, but it's not going to be as good. And no, it's actually, it looks more like they're on a submarine, and the technology actually kind of looks flashier at some points. And there's
They
more
don't
CGI.
have teleport. They don't have teleportation. Apparently, they haven't invented
Yeah, they got
that. But yeah.
shuttlecrafts.
Yeah.
And they got Scott Bakula, which is a great casting choice. Like Jesus Christ, you got Scott Bakula. How can you fail? Well, if you don't give him something interesting to say, then and you make his character kind of a bastard.
Ethel, I can tell you 3 great things about what I think Enterprise is. There are 3 saving graces to Enterprise, okay? First one is Jolan Bullock. Second one is Jolan Bullock. And the third one is Jolan Bullock as T'Pol.
They knew what they were doing when they cast her.
Yeah. And oh my god, the decontamination scenes. Yes, because it's in the future, the characters, when they go off the ship and come on the ship, they have to get decontaminated, which means they have to strip down to their undies and kind of rub each other with like fucking, I don't know, hand sanitizer or whatever the fuck.
Oh,
Yeah, the camera work on that scene, we knew what they were doing. Like, let's highlight the small of her back. Let's have him rub real low. It's like, what am I watching? Is this on Cinemax? What's gonna happen? But sadly, nothing happened. Because she's Vulcan and she's not on fire in it. He ain't getting a piece of it.
Ethel, they showed an episode, right, where they meet Vulcans with emotions, and one Vulcan forces a mind meld onto Paul, and obviously it's an analogy for rape and sexual assault and stuff, but at the same time, it was very tone deaf, and at the end of the episode, when it was shown in England, right. If so, it ends, and Paul's like, "Yes, and I'll get over it." The episode ends, and there's an announcement: if you've been affected by the following issues represented in this episode of Enterprise, please contact the Rape Crisis Hotline. And I'm like, no, no.
Oh, that's fucked up.
I get they're trying to do an analogy, but how insulting would it be for a woman who's actually been sexually assaulted to think that, like, oh yeah, fucking a woman being mind? I don't know. I thought it was very tone deaf.
Well, especially since you said they said I'll get over it. That's not how that works.
Yeah, it's kind of like a very, like you said, it's tone deaf. It's tone deaf, and Full Moon likes the Doctor and the Engineer, and Yoshi. So those are
I liked the characters. I liked Phlox and I liked Tucker. I liked Trip. Phlox was cool because Phlox's wife comes on board and starts flirting with fucking Trip, and he's like, and the Doctor's like, it's all right, you know, she has 6 boyfriends. We're wives. You can. No, I don't want to have sex with your wife. And Phlox is like, I'm incredibly insulted. What's on my wife? I thought that was funny.
all right. Well, like, I like anything. I guess it does have some good points. I mean, it's got a lot of bad points, guys. I'm sorry. It's got a lot of bad things about it. There's a lot of things I don't like about it.
Okay, will I try and find some actual genuinely good things about it?
Yes, let's find something nice to say.
Okay, Brent Spiner turns up as Sung, Neenan Sung. We also find out that he may have been involved in 2 things. One, the eugenics program involving trans people, and also why the Klingons look kind of humany in the original series. Because okay, maybe I was deviating too much. Yeah, they try and give an explanation why Klingons in the original series look different to Klingons in the later series because it's a virus.
Ugh. See, that's still bad because like they're making Soon evil.
Yeah.
It's like, God damn it, don't make no. It's like, I don't know. Fuck. All right, I got one. They did have an episode where Dean Stockwell was in it, and he got to act opposite Scott Bakula. So you had sort of a Quantum Leap reunion type thing.
There's an episode with an alternate universe where T'Pol is in a short miniskirt, and then she has to go back to she has to go forward to the original series, and she's even in an even more shorter skirt.
Okay, I'll accept that.
Okay.
Oh, also Yoshi's midriff.
Yes, Yoshi had a nice midriff.
Dear
Oh,
God.
Yoshi's a woman or a dude?
Yeah.
Oh.
She's not the dinosaur in Mario that eats eggs and shoots them at people.
Yeah,
different Yoshi.
that's what I was very confused because the only Yoshi I know is a dinosaur.
Oh, Trench, you would like this, but it's a good point, but it's also a bad point. Your Mr. Gorn is in that episode where she goes to the future and the Enterprise. But Mr. Gorn is really bad CGI, like almost unrecognizable, and he doesn't move like Mr. Gorn.
Ethel. Okay. I have one good one, and of course, I'm surprised. I didn't even think genuinely, and it's not about Jolene Bullock or her legs or her arse or her boobs. Nothing to do with that. Jeffrey Combs, Shrang.
Okay.
He's pretty cool. With those blue guys with the fucking Christ, what are they called?
The Andorians.
Yes, he's pretty cool in it. He was actually supposed to be a main cast member after Jolene Bullock leaves. There was supposed to be one more season, and he was supposed to take over from her because she leaves because of what happens trip. Yeah, he was pretty good. Some of the Zindi were cool. Jeffrey Dean Morgan plays one of the insectoids, Zindi.
Oh, Moon says that Jeffrey Combs and The Big Show were also in it.
Was the Big Show in it?
Oh, the Big Show? When was he in it?
That's what Full Moon says. Full Moon,
I mean,
not Full Moon.
I haven't seen every single episode of Enterprise. I've seen a few of them, and I've sadly seen some of them multiple times because I own some of them on these fan collective collection DVDs because they give you one episode or they give you a number of episodes following a general theme of the box set. So like you'll get like 4 or 5 episodes of like the original series and same with Next Gen, same with Deep Space Nine, same with Voyager, and then you get Enterprise too. So that's how I end up owning some episodes of Enterprise. It's not by choice. Forced on me.
Most bizarre episode. Captain Archer, Scott Bakula, his dog gets sick, so he has to be suspended in jail in the sick bay. The episode's called One Night in Sick Bay. So Archer decides to spend the night there and starts having sex dreams about T'Pol.
Wait, about the dog?
No, not Portos. No, about T'Pol. But he's Vulcan's first officer.
The dog's name, Trenchy, is Parthas, which is a reference to an episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation, where there's an assassin character who's a servant for a delegate, and she cooks Riker some steamed Parthas, which is like a fleshy alien root that they eat. So there's that. I know. A good thing to say about Enterprise. I like even though there are some things about the set I don't like, and there are some things about the way things look as far as like CGI I don't like, I do sort of kind of like that it looks kind of like they're on a submarine sometimes, and like that's sort of a good thing. But
it works. It works in a certain context because this is basically a craft. This is basically a very stripped down craft with two kind of fuel nacelles, just the basic Zephyr Cochrane kind of fuel cells strapped onto the side.
Yeah. Like, all right, the bridge is all wrong. The bridge should have looked more like the original Enterprise's bridge. It didn't have to look exactly like it, but it should have looked like the original Enterprise's bridge is an evolution of this bridge, and it doesn't. It looks nothing like it. They went too modern.
Yeah. Which that always gets me when they do stuff. Like, I kind of have to use headcanon with it. Like, even with the Alien movies, the prequels, they're like, how come some of the ships are more advanced than what fucking came after? It makes no sense.
Yeah, like in Prometheus.
I have a headcanon theory about that, but I'll get into it another time. Ethel, what's your favorite what the fuck episodes of any of the series? Mine has to be TNG, where Beverly Crusher falls in love with a space ghost that fucked her grandmother on a
Yes. That is definitely that might be the biggest what the fuck moment.
I want to watch this show now.
Like you like that, Trenchy?
This just sounds insane, and I gotta see it.
Oh, it is. It is. Fucking Georgie and Data have to fight her zombified grandmother.
Let's see. Another what the fuck moment. Jeez.
From any of the series.
Any of the series, I'm trying to think. Oh man, I'm having trouble. I'm drawing a blank, which is weird. I shouldn't be drawing a blank because I know there's plenty of. It's like I'm trying to think of something that is just bullshit.
Remember the episode of DS9, Know the Way Home or Go the Way Home, where Cisco and some of the characters get trapped in a board game.
Oh yeah, actually I liked that episode, but that is sort of a weird one.
Yeah, it's fucking weird.
You get to see Trent. You'd like this. You get to see Avery Brooks play hopscotch and sing a alien rhyme at the same time.
Yay! Hopscotch pudding! Yay!
The one with the space Afrikaners making Tashiar fighting a light up jungle gym against another woman. That was.
How about the one where they go to the society where like it's basically the aliens look just like people, but they wear barely any clothes and they fornicate all the time, and then Wesley Crusher almost gets murdered by lethal injection because he falls into a greenhouse.
Yes, that one's ridiculous. Yep. That one's brilliant. They're like, it's basically like a fucking some kind of sex cult. But not as awesome as Lou Hammer's sex cult. But it's a sex cult, and they're playing football or something, and Wesley trips into a greenhouse, and because there's no crime or no anything, no kind of ill will, because even the smallest infraction you're put to death.
Yeah, and apparently there's a yellow barrier that they put around these areas that are off limits, and you can't go past the yellow barrier. So it's not that he fell and he broke like the ankle high greenhouse, which makes no sense, but it's that it was taped off and you're not supposed to go there. And you'd think the aliens would mention this to the crew, like when they beam down or before they even hit the planet, like, oh, by the way, guys, don't enter the yellow barriers because they're against the rules. We'll have to kill you if you do.
Yeah.
And by the way, I don't think it's football. I think they're just playing catch.
Yeah, it's something stupid, something really childlike.
And it's like, wait, Wesley's supposed to be like, how old is he? Supposed to be like 16, 17 in this episode?
Yeah, and he's acting like he's fucking 12 or 11 or something.
Yeah, like what the fuck? So that's kind of a what the fuck moment. For sure. The other thing, oh god, the other what the fuck moment. And it's not even the whole episode, but it's just the very beginning of the episode. And like, I think I even posted something on social media when I rewatched it a couple years ago or last year. Riker is on an alien planet, and he's with this girl. And let's face it, we know what he's doing with this girl when they're not playing a video game. They've got these headsets on, and they're playing this headset video game. And the girl he's just banged, who he's playing this game with, her forehead, I shit you not, go look at it. It looks exactly like a vagina. Exactly like a vagina. It's got a clitoris and everything. It looks just like a vagina.
Do you think he stuck it in there? Do you think he skull rammed her? What do you reckon?
Dear God, I hope not. What the? He could have literally fucked her brains out. But like, I had to pause it because I was watching it. It was when I had cable, so I was able to do the DVR thing. So I had to pause it and look again because I'm like, no way. And I'm like, I never noticed that before. And when I paused, I'm like, jeez, God. I'll never.
Okay. There's a pooter on her forehead. There's a pooter on her forehead.
But JJ, real big, right on her forehead. I just, man, did not see that coming. Yeah, so there's that. Oh, it's not a what the fuck moment, but I gotta shout this out for Trenchy. I think I mentioned it the other night, but I want to mention it again on here just so everybody can enjoy it. You want to watch a fun episode of TNG of the Next Generation? Check out Samaritan Snare. Marty, do you remember this one?
What happens in it?
You've got these aliens, and they seem to not be the brightest light bulb, the sharpest tool in the shed.
Oh, the fucking Packlets. The Packlets.
Yes. We are. Wait, hold on, let me see if I can do it. We are Packlets. We look for things.
We're strong.
Things that make us go.
There's a brilliant point-and-click Klingon game where you play as Gowron, and it's like, Packlet, you come over and you explain that you don't know nothing. No, I know nothing. Well, then explain how you know nothing. Okay, I come over and explain how I know nothing. I know nothing. You're a clever Packlet.
Can you help us? We look for things. And they're kind of pudgy aliens with like a really big unibrow.
The funny thing is, they're the big bad in Lower Decks as well.
Things that make us go. He is smart.
And for me, it would have to be when Data bangs Yar. So yeah.
Oh yeah, in Naked Now.
Everyone turns horny. I mean, fucking Tasha Yar is like fucking probably riding all around her. I mean, like she's macking on about 6 or 7 guys in a corridor before she reaches the end of the corridor.
So it's like I guess
Data you'll do.
Some like no, but Marty, some girls are like that. You've been to the pubs. You've been there when it's like around closing time. Sometimes there's that girl and she's talking to everybody.
She's like the drunk chick at the disco. Hey there.
Yeah, what an Irish woman like.
Hey there, sailor. Hey. What do you mean you don't want to buy me a drink? Where are you, Kate?
Yes, she wanted to taste it, John, and she probably did taste it. Probably tasted like latex.
She Brent is finer.
Well,
And Data
I
goes,
love it.
I know multiple techniques or something like that.
Yeah,
He's-
yeah. He's like, oh, I am programmed in multiple techniques, and she's just like, oh, you Jewel. It's like, oh God.
Wait, Data can be horny?
Yeah, Data apparently has a penis and is fully functional and can
Oh.
do it.
Because I thought Data having, like, learning, like, getting the ability to laugh was a big thing, so I didn't know he could get horny as well.
No, he
Yeah.
doesn't get horny. He's capable of fucking, the beast of two backs, doing the beast of two backs, Trenchy.
Oh, so he can have sex, but he just doesn't have any emotions about it.
No.
Correct.
Yep.
And apparently he can get infected with a virus that makes you drunk, which I don't understand quite how that worked because he's but he said that he had biological systems, so that okay.
That episode is kind of a semi-sequel to an original series episode, right? What's
Yep.
the name of it?
The episode it's a sequel to is The Naked Time, and that episode episode in The Next Generation is The Naked Now. And basically what happens is you like that, Trenchy? Basically what happens is the Enterprise comes across the starship and the entire crew is frozen and dead. And there's all sorts of weird things about the situation with the ship. Like there was nothing wrong with the ship. The crew just died. And then they end up bringing a virus back to the Enterprise, and it makes people act like they're drunk. And there's this one crew member named O'Reilly who takes over the starship from engineering, and he starts like using the intercom, and he starts singing Irish folk songs over the intercom. And he starts making ridiculous rules. Marty, what is this, not an accurate portrayal of an Irishman who isn't really Irish?
Okay, if we're drunk on the job, we pretend to be sober, and we get really annoyed that people would fucking accuse us of being drunk, even though we were drunk. I'm not fucking drunk. Fuck off.
Well, he had an American accent, and he was American, but his Irish descent. So he's one of those obnoxious Americans that would come over to Ireland and they'd be like, "Oh, I'm Irish too." Where are you from? Oh, I'm from Kentucky.
I can't stand plastic patties.
Oh, there was one episode. It wasn't a what the fuck episode, but it was from TNG where they unfreeze 3 people from Earth, 20th century Earth. One is like a homemaker. One is a like a
That's the
rock
neutral
star.
zone. DMC. Yep. That's the episode, the neutral zone.
And they just don't, or one of them doesn't take to it too well. Like he wants, where's my money?
My stocks
my
must
stocks?
be huge by now.
Yeah. And he calls Data as wingman, one of the other guys, the musician guy.
Yeah, he wants to go with Data and find low mileage pit wolfies.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
That's quite a fun episode.
Which I think is slang for groupies.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes more sense.
Sure, they fucking find Amelia Earhart and Voyager.
But I don't know. It's a fun franchise, and of course I don't have any more notes on it, but they did spawn a successful film franchise as well, which I guess we can move along and talk a little bit about before we wind things down. Like it started with Star Trek: The Motion Picture, which looked very different from the show, almost so different that it didn't do very well, and I don't think it did very well. Marty, do you remember the circumstances around this?
Star Trek: The Motionless Picture. Essentially, Paramount got fucking Moneybag green-eyed monsters when they saw how well Star Wars is doing. So they got Roddenberry to write the thing, and Roddenberry's like, right, I'm going to do a deep philosophical science fiction. It's reminiscent of 2001: A Space Odyssey, which is about as far as you can get from Star Wars. So some people call this Star Trek the Motion Picture. I call it Star Trek the Motionless Picture. This thing
Oh, yeah.
is so fucking slow and plodding. I mean, there's a 7.5 minute sequence of them in a shuttle traversing the fucking Enterprise as it's coming out of dry dock.
Yeah, I was bored with it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
my friend Shan loves it because he got McCoy looking like one of the Bee Gees. He's like, yay, Bee Gees, McCoy is here. When he first arrived, he's got like the beard and the gold medallion.
It did give us bald Persis Kabata.
Yeah.
So that's
I've
a
only
thing.
got it because it comes in the box set that I have, but I always skip that one now and go straight to 2. But yeah, nothing happens in it at all. It's shite. Yeah.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a take off of the episode that I really like from the original series, Changeling,
Yeah.
where a satellite from Earth gets into a collision with an alien craft and gets assimilated, basically, which Changeling is a very good episode. I should have assigned you that one, Trench, but I thought Arena was the better entry level for you because it's one of the fan favorites.
V'ger or something is its name.
Yeah, V'ger, which we find out is just
the Voyager probe. It's the Voyager probe because I think some of the letters, was it Ethel, got kind of eroded off.
Yeah, they were like burned off. Which it was cool. Like the thing about it that was good was that they incorporated an actual space probe that does exist in real life. I think currently, right now, the Voyager space probe has left our solar system, and it's actually outside our solar system now.
The thing, they tried kind of fixing it or making it more interesting because there's a bunch of novels out there. There's one that makes out V'ger is what created the Borg, which I don't like. I like the Borg are like the xenomorphs or zombies of fucking the Star Trek universe. They're more scary when you don't know what their origin is.
Yeah, it's. I always liked Q's description. They're the ultimate user. It's a society that got so used to using technology for every little thing and getting implants into them for everything that they could to like enhance themselves, that they went completely overboard and they became the technology. And then they decided to start taking people because they'd run out of stuff to do with their own planet. So they started screwing around with other cultures and like in a quest for perfection.
Yeah.
Which, they're cool. That's one of my favorite aliens from Next Generation. Whoa, lightning. You guys see that?
Yeah.
That fucking scared me. So that's why I got the little action figure, which the action figures were cool. This came with detachable arms. There were different arms you could put on him. See? Like the ones in the episode. I hope I don't get struck by lightning.
Yeah, I can hear it now. Yeah.
Guys, tune into my stream and watch me get struck by lightning live. Great.
Don't get struck by lightning.
But what if it's like the craft and it just makes you more powerful?
Oh, I don't know. I'm scared. There's big aluminum. The reason I'm worried is because there's big aluminum staging and stuff on the other side of this door.
Oh, no.
And I'm in the very top.
Sleeping Maine.
Huh?
It's definitely not sleeping Maine. Everything's going on there. Thunder, lightning.
Yeah. But anyway, I digress. So the first film, you could probably skip it. I mean, unless you want to be a completionist, But the second film is really the one that shines out the most, guys. Wouldn't you say?
Yep.
Wrath the
That's-
Can is pretty good, even though because of one major kind of plot hole. So right. So Chekhov and Paul Winfield's character discover the Botany Bay and Can lifts up fucking Chekhov and he's like, I remember you. But how? Because Chekhov wasn't part of the crew when they encountered Kane. It's like we're like any other character. Have Sulu, have fucking McCoy, have someone, but why fucking Chekhov? That was like I don't know.
Maybe someone walked up to him in the hallway and they said, "Oh, see, look at this picture I've got here. We got this new crew member coming in next week. You won't get to meet him though."
But no, it is a good movie. It is cool,
Yep.
like the Genesis probe, and fucking you learn you learn kind of that Kirk is a father, and he realizes he can't shirk responsibility. He's not the cowboy captain anymore.
Yeah.
I think Khan is my favorite villain. I had a little bit of sympathy for him because it's like, Kirk did leave him on that planet and never bothered to check up on him. And he lost his wife. So yeah, I could see a little bit that he was pissed.
Yeah, and it's all Kirk's fault because he screwed up and he put him.
It's Kirk's fault. God damn it!
Like he was supposed to put
Alpha 5!
fucking wrong city Alpha. Damn it!
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, why didn't he check up on him?
But it gives us one of the greatest space battles in Star Trek history.
Yeah.
Between the Reliant and the Enterprise, and they got that nebula, and like it's fucking cool. It's just cool.
It's like a submarine battle. They're kind of playing Marco Polo with each other, which is really fucking tense.
Yeah. Take us into the nebula. I will have him. He tasks me, and I will have him.
Yeah, they wanted to go for more. The writer wanted to go for a more maritime feeling to it. That's why the uniforms are even like the old kind of British Navy kind of look to them.
And it was hugely successful, and I think it's often considered to be the best film out of the franchise. Which
it's a double-edged sword. It's a fantastic movie, but the fucking Abrams verse and a lot of movies that came after it, like you've got the likes of Shinzon, you had the likes of fucking Nero in 2009. They're all trying to do the Wrath the Can, where this bad guy wants revenge. He wants revenge against the Federation. It's like, please do something else. Like Idris Elba's character wants revenge against the Federation. He's not an alien. Turned out he's not an alien. He's a fucking human that got evolved on the planet. Because he wants revenge. That's like, I
did like Khan's line to Kirk. It just showed you the hate going to go on hurting you, which I thought was great.
I'll leave you here buried alive.
I'll tell you one thing. Yeah. If there's one person that can scream so loud it echoes through space, through the void of space, it's William Shatner. God!
That was awesome.
It was great. And of course, Khan played by Ricardo Montalban, who was the original Khan in the series, because this is a callback to the series. And what a great callback it is, guys.
Also, fun fact, his chest is not plastic. Lots of people thought he had a plastic chest. That's all Ricardo, as my friend calls him, Ricardo Autobahn. That's all his chest.
And he had everything, didn't he? He had his own ship. I think he had the Genesis. He could have gone away, but because of that hatred, that undid him. that blind fury in him.
Yeah, and it was great. And of course, you guys will remember Ricardo Montalban. He was in Escape from the Planet of the Apes.
Oh
And
yeah.
Fantasy Island. He was
Yep,
Mr. Rourke in
Fantasy
Fantasy Island as well, right, Ethel?
Yep, he
Yes.
was.
But I'll always remember him from Planet of the Apes. If I am to be dominant, if man is to be dominated by apes, then may it be one such as you. It's like, what the fuck? Fucking straight up hitting on Zira? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Full Moon is saying rich Corinthian leather. But it was good. And then that, of course, it brings us to the third film in the series, guys. Search for Spock.
I didn't see that one.
Great Christopher Lloyd is that Klingon.
Yeah, Doc Brown is a Klingon, Trench. You have to watch it.
Okay, I like Raphael Khan a lot, so that's the only Star Trek movie I saw besides the new one. But it's funny because I didn't see the first new one. I saw the second new one, which is essentially they have Khan back, but it's not. It's not Khan. It's Benedict Cumberbatch trying to be Khan.
Yeah, the second rate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I passed that movie up because I'd seen the first one and I actually own the first one, and I was not too impressed. I was pretty fucking disappointed. When did the Beastie Boys Sabotage become the theme song for this series?
I did like the Klingon dog in the third one, that he goes, go and feed it, I think, to one of the Klingon crew.
He was so sad when it died.
I like it. Get out of there!
Or, Ethel, do you remember because of the Genesis planet, the worms mutate and they start attacking him and he's just fucking wrestling this fucking thing as it's strangling him. Fucking brilliant.
Yeah, it's great. He did, Christopher Lloyd, one of the all-time best Klingons.
Yeah.
And so, Trent, you should definitely check out the films. I don't know if they're available on Amazon. I don't think they are, or maybe select one.
Some of them are on Hulu. I know the one where Kirk meets Picard is on Hulu.
Oh, that's Star Trek Generations.
Trench, do you have a Goodwill or a kind of a Goodwill or a Salvation Army store near you?
I don't know if it's close. It might be a long walk.
Okay, no, I'm just saying, if you ever want to get, chances are, I guarantee you, in a DVD section, there's always going to be a Star Trek movie. So, and you probably get like one thing. That's the great. It's the double-edged sword again with streaming. A lot of people kind of are throwing out their physical media, which I think is fucking insane. But it's a lot easier nowadays to get DVDs. So.
Oh yeah, I got a bunch of DVDs. So.
I love it because it's like, do I want to own the movie and have it physically here, or do I want to take a chance and have to subscribe to like 30 different fucking streaming services in order to watch my shit, which is taken down from one streaming service and put up on another, and then taken down from that one and then put up on a different one. Like, people don't do this.
Yeah, what if you move house and where your new location, the internet's shite? What if fucking you end up fucking you end up like getting less hours and you can't fucking keep subscribing to Netflix or fucking Hulu or something, like, you know, you gotta keep buy it. And you don't have to fucking worry about subscribing.
What
you
if-
own it.
What if they digitally replace the Enterprise in all the episodes that are available on your streaming service?
No.
What if you want to watch?
Sorry.
What if you want to watch Splash and they've covered up her ass with hair?
No.
Not my butt cheeks. Hey, Ben Grimm. So,
Hey, Ben.
yeah. So check out the third one. It's pretty good. It's not as good as the second one, but it's still pretty good. And one that I like, but I guess fans usually don't like, the fourth one in the series, The Voyage Home, aka Star Trek Save the Whales.
Oh, that's a
I love that
great
one.
one. It's one of my top movies. So I've watched that a lot of times. It's a real feel good, just chill out, relax kind of movie.
There's so much good shit in The Voyage
Yep.
Home. You have mid-80s San Francisco. You have a Russian man going around the street asking, "Where are the nuclear vessels?" At the fucking the height of the Cold War, and he's like, "Where are the nuclear vessels?"
We're looking for nuclear vessels. Nuclear vessels.
And we're
Vessels.
having Italian food, and he keeps going, no, no, yes, we'll have it.
Oh, sorry, Trent. Go on.
You said Star Trek Saves the Whales. Is that where Team 4-Star got the joke for Nappa where he would just say save the whales in the Dragon Ball Z parody?
I think so. Potentially. It's been a while since I've seen Team 4-Star's stuff.
The best Leonard McCoy moments is in this movie where they go in to rescue Chekhov, and McCoy's like, "My God, it's like the goddamn Spanish Inquisition. Hey, darling, what's wrong with you?" "I'm on dialysis." "Dialysis? What kind of barbarism is this? Here, dear, take this." And as he's walking out, "Doctor, my kidney grew back."
I grew brand new kidney. Or how about this when they're at what was it, Dow Corning or whatever to get the transparent aluminum. And he's like Scotty's like typing in he's trying to get the formula to the guy, and he's like, "Well, here, use the computer." And he's like, "Hello, computer." Nothing happens. And he's like, "Try the mouse." And he's like, "Hello, computer."
You use the keyboard. The keyboard. How quaint.
And he starts typing super fucking fast.
And Spock
Or
uses
Spock.
a Vulcan grip
Spock
on the
fucking-
guy that's playing the loud music on the bus.
Yes, I was just about to say that. Spock fucking taking out the punk.
Well, I like it when they first get there and like they're walking through traffic and Kirk almost gets hit and the guy's like, "Why don't you watch where you're going, dumbass?" And he's like, "Oh, well, double dumbass on you."
That sounds awesome.
Oh, it's great. Is they basically, Trenchy, the plot of the film is there's this giant spaceship, apparently some kind of probe, and it's head to Earth. And it's hovering over Earth's oceans, and it's blasting the bejesus out of the oceans, and it's like killing the planet. And it's because it's trying to talk to something in the ocean. What's it trying to talk to? A whale. They came all this way to talk to the whales. And there are no more whales. They went extinct. So they decide that they have to take their stolen Klingon warbird back in time to the 1980s and go find some humpback whales.
And like DMC said, DMC is dead right. It is a very feel-good movie because there's no antagonist. There's no bad guy. The probe isn't evil. The probe just came to fucking communicate with something it had planned on communicate with hundreds of years ago. And like it's the crew of the Enterprise, fish out of water, having fun, fucking saving whales. It's nice. It's a nice
But
movie.
it works. You wouldn't think so, but it does. Yeah.
This sounds beautiful.
Yeah, it's great. It's very, very cool. I recommend. And then of course we go from the fun, happy 1980s themed episode or movie, not even an episode, but movie, to the fifth one in the series. Oh boy,
Ethel,
guys!
I have a question. Ethel, I have a question for you. Why does God need a starship?
What does God want with a starship?
God damn it, Jim! You can't ask the Almighty what He needs a ship for. Just give it to Him.
I I believe this movie was I think both written and directed by William Shatner, or he.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know when Shatner has a scene where he fights the three-titted cat lady. Yeah, there's some kink going on. You got like fucking Shatner climbing a mountain and fucking what's his name as rocket boots.
Yeah,
It's just
but Spock's got the rocket boots. You got William Shatner, Kirk trying to climb a rock, wearing a shirt that says "Go climb a rock."
like there was a good idea there. I like Cybok. Cybok is an interesting character because he's not a villain. He's not a bad
No, he
guy.
wasn't.
He's
He
a
didn't want to
religious
harm
zealot.
anyone.
Yeah, he's a religious zealot, and he does actually care about his brother. There is segments of goodness in this movie. For example, where McCoy is recounting having to euthanize his father. That's a fucking great bit. It's like a really nice fucking cupcake and a big pile of horse shit. You know, it's just god damn.
You got that great fan dance from Nichelle Nichols, if you're into that, and you got
And
the
our
three titty.
captive audience.
Jesus Christ! It's this movie. It's got problems, but it's got good points. It's not a complete failure. It's, at least something happens in it. I mean, at least they remembered to have something happen in it. Unlike the first movie.
Yeah, I'd
Yeah.
rather watch this than the first one. So it shows you. You know,
And we get to
how-
find out that McCoy makes explosive beans with bourbon.
Yeah.
and the
which
Row Your
is a-
Boat song.
But DNC, life is not a dream.
So that
Isn't it lovely? The three of them bonding over the campfire.
it is
That
kind of
is
nice.
Yeah.
I like seeing them in their off hours hanging out because not only are they crewmates, but they're friends.
Yeah.
Old friends. They don't care that William Shatner wanted his name to be 5% bigger in the opening credits of the original series. They're fine with it. It's good. Now this was going to be the last entry into the series of movies. They thought this was the last one, and they thought so much that when they made a VHS box set, the spines of the box set all formed to make the Enterprise on one side and then a space scene on the other. But wouldn't you know it, Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country, would come out later on. They'd make another one. They had to make another one, and it's actually pretty damn good, guys.
It's
Star
awesome.
Trek, what'd you think?
Christopher Plummer as General Chang is one of my favorite. But no revenge, no revenge, no ulterior motive. He's just a Klingon who likes Shakespeare and likes to blow shit up. It's like, he's like, let's slip the dogs of war, and he's twirling around in his fucking chair, and he's like, fire! It's just fucking so good. Yeah, Christopher Plummer's brilliant as Chad. I love Rura Pente. Rura Pente is fucking awesome.
Yeah.
I like the analogy that they're trying to show, like the
Chernobyl.
Klingons to the Soviet Union, on
Yeah,
its last legs.
Yeah, Praxis. Is it Praxis? Praxis is like a Klingon mining planet. It blows up due to fucking over mining. And as you said, DMC, that's an analogy for like the end of the Soviet Union. A lot of people say when Chernobyl the events of Chernobyl led to the end of the Soviet Union. Same thing. So the Klingons come to the peace table, and Spock volunteers Kirk's ship and crew to meet with Chancellor Gorkon. Sorry, Ethel, I'm going on a tirade.
No, you're good. You're good. It's all relevant to the film. It's a great movie. I like it, and we see that Klingon blood is not quite red. It's more of this magenta color, which I like. It's quite nice.
It reminds me of, I don't know why, Ghostbusters. It just reminds me of like purple slime.
Oh yeah, from Ghostbusters too.
Mm, but
But
really cool movie. It's a cool movie. Sorry.
and it came out, it did really well, and they said, well guys, this is the very last one, like say farewell, there'll be no more Star Trek movies, we're done, it's gone. And wouldn't you know it, we got another Star Trek movie, this time with the next generation and just a few key members from the original series. And I remember hearing that like they're going to have Kirk in it, and they're going to have Scotty in it, and Chekhov, and they're going to have the entire cast of Next Generation. And I'm like, well, how are they going to do that?
What could go wrong?
Yeah, like, what the fuck? And then I saw it, and I'm like, okay, it's there's parts of it I like, there's parts of it I don't like. Marty, what are your thoughts on Star Trek Generations?
They kill Kirk by tobogganing him off a cliff. So instead of captain on the bridge, it's bridge on the captain. Yeah, I just thought
Yeah,
the
that
death.
sucked the way he went out. Yeah.
Yeah, that was not a heroic way to go out. He just looked like he was taking part in a bobsled fucking tournament that went wrong. Fucking Malcolm McDowell was cool as a villain.
Yep.
I like the idea of the Nexus. I don't know, was it executed well? The whole thing with Data's emotion chip annoyed the shit out. Just like I like
That's the thing as well. I kind of got behind the villain a little bit. It's like I could understand him wanting to get into the Nexus because it's meant to be full of joy, and it's your, what is it, dreams come true.
Yeah.
I couldn't blame him for wanting to get in there, but maybe not killing millions of people to get in there. Yeah.
Like, imagine killing millions of people to get into heaven. What? What is this? A euphemism for Islam?
It kind of suited being a 1 hour episode more than being stretched into a movie, I thought. Suited being as part of a 1 hour episode more than a movie.
Sugar. Hopefully she'll come back. We're losing her. Get the transwarp receivers. We got a signal. We got her back.
No, sorry about that. Don't know what happened.
One thing, Ethel. I know it's totally pointless, but when Picard meets Kirk for the first time, it's like, beautiful day. Myself and my friends used to greet each other every time. Went, beautiful day, because it sounded really weird to us. I don't know. Just him swinging rocks, chopping wood, going, beautiful day.
What's those eggs that he's using? He calls them a different name than just eggs. He called some kind of species or something that he's using to do his fry up. Yeah.
Like that. Butler? They're
just goose eggs. They're just fucking goose eggs. But I don't know. It had good stuff in it, though. It did have good stuff. It gave us Pirate Wharf, which I wish I could have found I have it. It's in the box over there. I just didn't dig it out in time. But it gave us Pirate Wharf. Well, not Pirate Wharf, but Wharf dressed in.
My housemate has the same figure. It's called Pirate Wharf, but it's just a 17th century naval wharf. Lazy action figure name it.
It was weird because I got the action figure before I saw the film. And I'm like, oh my God, how is Worf going to be a pirate? I'm like, it's called Generations. Oh, maybe they're going time traveling throughout the different generations of man. And they've got to dress to fit in. I'm like, oh, that must be how they meet Kirk. And maybe they'll meet Spock and stuff too. And oh my God. And then I saw them none of that shit happens. They're on the fucking holodeck.
And Data gets shit for pushing the Doctor in the water. It's like, come on, he's trying to fit in. Everyone stares at him.
Oh, I see. It's funny when Worf falls in, but when Crusher falls in, oh no.
He got shit.
Which I didn't understand that because, like, in the series, the emotion chip he gets from Lore, which was supposed to be for him from Dr. Soon, he never it wouldn't work for him. It didn't work. So how come it works in the movie? I don't get that.
Because the movie needs a title. Because the movie needs a title.
But we didn't need Data with emotions. Like that's like when you give him emotions, you've taken away his goal.
Yeah. I like it, like if he gets a taste of it, like he did in the episode I saw, he gets a taste, but he never completely gets it.
But they do what they do what they want. At least Spot survived the Enterprise crashing. That made me happy. Which that was kind of a touching scene. Which maybe that's why he needed an emotion chip so that he could cry over Spot being alive.
Yes, John.
John, taste it.
That one to taste it.
And Full Moon's like in the Navy, where you could sail the 7 galaxies in the Navy. Oh yeah. So yeah, we had that, and it did all marginally well. I mean, it wasn't like box office gold or anything, but it was there. It succeeded, and that led us to the next film in the franchise, First Contact. Guys, thoughts on First Contact?
Very action orientated this time, which was good. Them running around the ships with those rifle guns, and the Borg is the main villain. So yeah, really thought they made it action packed compared to some of the other movies.
And we got to see the origins of like space travel in the future. Like that was kind of nice. Like
Cochrane. Yep.
Yeah, we got Zefram Cochrane, and we got post World War III. Was it Montana?
Yeah.
Post World War III Montana, and that gave us a lot of fun scenes. We find out that Zefram Cochrane's kind of this nutty drunk scientist that listens to really loud like boogie woogie music and 60s rock.
Did they make like the Cochrane School or something in the future? High school or something? You see Cochrane High School? Well, they'll learn about his series.
James Cromwell is brilliant in that role. There's a brilliant, hang on a minute, I gotta take a leak. And Georgie's like, I don't detect a leak anywhere. And
Yeah.
Don't you guys pee in the future?
I like the fact that you even put Reg in there.
That's actually a reference. No, I was just going to say, Zefram Cochrane asking them if they pee in the future is actually a reference to the blueprints for the Starship Enterprise D, which I actually have somewhere. There's living quarters, there's science labs, there's the bridge, there's everything from the show, and then some. But you know what? The only thing the Enterprise D doesn't have?
What?
Fucking bathrooms.
Oh God, how do they pee?
Nobody knows. It never came up in the show. I guess nobody had to take a leak.
Or shit, because poop too.
Maybe they have surgically implanted transporter systems that like empty their bladders and bowels into space.
Well, maybe the replicated food and drinks are so advanced that they're completely absorbed by the body, leaving no waste whatsoever.
I thought in terms of having a piss, they do it into a bag and then they put it in the transporter and they zap it out into space. But maybe shit as well in a bag and then put it in the transporter.
Maybe there's just like little doors in the hallways and they just open the little door and stick their bum in it. Let her
so it'll be like just peeing out in the space.
I guess so. I mean, that's where they would have to put it, would be space. So they got this spaceship flying around.
Is there any dustbins? Is there any dustbins? Have you ever seen a dustbin or like a waste paper bin on the Enterprise?
No. Come to think of it, no. There are no trash cans either.
They're littering in the space. Some poor guy's driving his spaceship and a bunch of shit and trash just crashes
Oh
onto
yeah,
the
what if a sanitary
window.
pad hits the windshield of a ship? Sorry,
I know it. I figured it out, guys. I figured it out. I know why. I know what's up with this. The replicators, like, say they replicate a plate of spaghetti, and they eat the spaghetti. They're gonna have like a fork and a plate left over. Well, instead of doing the dishes, what they do is they put it back in the replicator, and it like takes the matter and reintegrates it into the system. So maybe that's what they do with their trash.
Okay. God, Ethel, do you think they shit in the replicators?
Oh my God! Could you imagine? You got Deanna Troy like trying to like scoot her butt up to the replicator and like drop a deuce.
Oh, this is
Take
why I
a
wanted him to stay human, because I wanted him to realize he has to go to the bathroom, and how would he deal with that?
Maybe they had the 3 seashells in there. I don't know, on the ship.
And if they're doing that, what are they wiping with? Do they have to replicate toilet paper first? Yes, computer. 3
Probably,
squares
yep.
of salted northern. Unscented, please. So yeah, anyway, that's a fun little nod. We get to see the first alien species they encounter is the Vulcans, which we've been told. Next movie in the series, guys, Star Trek Insurrection. What'd y'all think of this movie?
I don't hate it.
Yeah, it was all right. Yeah.
Yeah, like there's funny moments with like Beverly asking Deanna if her boobs feel more firm, and then Data goes over to Worf and asks if his boobs look more firm. I got a chuckle out of that. Like what is it?
Worf
Right,
gets-
Riker shaves, smooth as an android bottom, and like Data rubs it, and it's like.
It doesn't really pick up to that scene when they're trying to get everyone off the planet and everyone's being transported or zapped up.
Yeah, there's no real
either.
sense of jeopardy in the movie. It's like,
Yeah, you got kind of the grossest aliens we've seen in the series. You've got the Sona, right?
Yep.
yeah, they're
Kind of,
like
which is
F. Murray Abraham is fun, but
it's like a reference to plastic surgery. Like I guess it's supposed to be a metaphor for plastic surgery and trying to look young, and it's an odd theme for the film is like trying to steal youth, trying to be young forever, live forever. Like it's just odd.
Yeah.
Fucking
It's like they
odd.
were trying to do beauty therapy in space.
again, there like for a mediocre movie, like all these movies, like even the bad ones have usually a standout scene. And one standout scene is Geordi watching a sunset. I was like, that was a really good fucking scene because Geordi, like the planet has fixed his retinas and he doesn't have to use his visor, and it's like Geordi's like, look, I appreciate having my eyesight back, but at the risk, I don't want to ever think that like my fucking needs are a result of these people's liberties and freedom being sacrificed. I'm like, yeah, that shows Geordi. Like Geordi has it in his grasp to fucking see again, but he and the rest of the crew are so kind of virtuous and so kind of like such good people. They're willing to like sacrifice it all to kind of save these people. And I really interesting premise, but executed in a way that's kind of mediocre. But that scene with Geordi is brilliant. That's for me. That's an awesome scene.
Yeah.
One thing that was funny was Picard he finally gets a woman, a hot woman, even though she's probably hundreds of years old, finally taking a fancy to him. And he's got the opportunity and he goes, "Oh, I'll come back on leave or something." And it's like, you're not going to come back.
He never came back.
Yeah, he's not going to, so don't lie to her.
That's how it always works. They never come back.
Yeah.
So it did not do very well in the numbers, if I remember right. It was good to have another movie, but it's hey, it was a movie. We got to watch a movie with the Next Generation cast again. It was great, and you'd think this is the last movie. After this they're not making any more of these. And for a while, that's what I thought. And then, lo and behold, Star Trek Nemesis.
That's the
What
last
the
one I have on DVD or Blu-ray, I should say.
So the guy behind this, the guy who directed, never watched an episode. He thought Geordi was an alien. He couldn't pronounce LeVar Burton's name. He got into serious arguments with fucking Jonathan Frakes, and Maria Sirtis had to fight tooth and nail for a better wage packet, and Paramount were like, well, you know what, if you we can get Jerry Ryan to take over your role, and she'll probably take less. And she fucking got on the phone and said, Jerry, they're planning on replacing me, and they think you'll fucking take less. And Jerry Ryan's like, okay, two things. One, that's scummy, and I'm not going to take the role because of that. And two, those motherfuckers were going to offer me how much? So yeah, that was fucking, yeah. Parts I liked Deanna Troi and Will Riker's wedding. Thought that was fun. Like that. Couple of fucking faces from the past. We got a Janeway cameo. Tom Hardy was good as a young fucking Picard. But by and large, yeah, the characters didn't feel like the characters. Like
yeah,
fucking,
it just the plot felt really it just felt forced. It's just a forced plot, and it not a very good forced plot. Oh, there's a Captain Picard clone that ages at different rates so that he'd be Captain Picard's age. What? Oh, and by the way, there's planet Remus, and there are Remans. They're Romulans, but they look nothing like the Romulans. What?
They've lived underground and they're kind of like vampires now. Oh, by the way, the Swab Archaeological, by the book, Jean-Luc Picard, he likes fucking driving around the place in a dune buggy like a fucking lunatic.
It's like,
And apparently,
what?
apparently they're going to make one more Next Generation movie after this, but because of the Nemesis failure, they cancelled that idea.
Yeah, it was going to cross over with both the DS9 and Voyager crew.
I would have
remember
thought
much about this movie.
I would have thought the next logical step would have been a Deep Space Nine movie.
Yeah.
Like, I know they ended the series, but they could have found a way to make a movie with the cast. They could have, because like there's a great special available on YouTube and on Amazon. I think it's What We Left Behind.
Yeah.
And they talk about what they would do if they could do one more episode, and they actually go through the process of making one more episode, not actually making it, but they've got little storyboard drawings, and they have little discussions about it as if they're in the writer's room. And it's fucking great, guys. Check it out. It costs you nothing, so you're not going to lose anything. So don't
I had a chance to watch it, Ethel, and I said, I'll watch this next morning. And I came on, this isn't available in your part of the world. I'm like, oh, you bastard. Like, it's still up there, but I can't watch it because I'm in Europe. I need to get a VPN or some fucking...
Do you? Oh, well, wait. If we could, Marty, if you find a way for me to be able to get it to you somehow, like if I could upload it.
No, don't. I'll find some way. I don't want to get your fucking channel in trouble. But yeah, I know that would have been cool to get another DS9 series or movie or something.
I might get a copyright warning or a copyright claim, but I don't think I'm going to get a strike if I do it.
There might be a way to email him without uploading it. What is the episode called?
It's not an episode. It's a documentary, Trenchy, called Those Left Behind. Definitely check it out. because it is awesome. I watched segments of it. I watched a couple of segments, but
Let me see what I can do.
Yeah, if we can find a way for me to put it some. Oh, I can upload it to Odyssey, and then you could and then you can watch it there.
okay.
Yeah,
All
obviously.
right. It might take me a while to do it, but yeah, I could download it and then upload it.
Don't put yourself out, because I know you got to prioritize what you can upload and download as well. I know you got a lot on your plate, but I do appreciate that.
But I'm going to try and make it happen, dude, because it's good and you should be able to see it. It doesn't just because you're in Ireland doesn't mean you're not like what the fuck? What the fuck, Paramount? YouTube.
I mean, Miles O'Brien is should be the people of Miles O'Brien should be able to watch a DS9 documentary. That's what I'm
Yeah,
gonna
what's
say.
Ireland done? What have they done wrong?
Irish lives matter.
Meh. But that Nemesis, I don't care for it. I own it. I don't like it. I've watched it many times. It's on TV a lot. I still don't like it. The rape thing is uncomfortable. I don't like it.
Yeah, that was weird. That was like, why the fuck? It had no purpose. It felt no fucking purpose.
Yeah, it's just no. Fuck this movie. Fuck this movie. I feel like don't bother with it. I mean, if you really want to see the last movie and you're a completionist, watch it. But if you want to see a good movie, no. And if you want to see a fun bad movie, no. It's just sucks. It's all kind of sucks. Oh wait, Full Moon is asking if you can use the Opera browser in EU because that comes with a VPN.
I'll see. I'll find some way. Don't worry about it, guys. I'll find some way.
We'll get you. We'll get it to you somehow. And that's the film series. There were two reboots that I don't care for. I haven't seen the second one, but didn't like the first one, so obviously I didn't check on the second one, which we've mentioned this. There was also an animated series right there, very good. It's sort of like a spiritual fourth season to the original series. It's terrific. Check it out. I love the animation style. I
think it's Filmation, the guys behind Masters of the Universe, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't want to pick it up because I'm afraid my shelf will fall. It's CBS Paramount Network. Jesus, you'd think they'd put it on the back of the damn thing.
That's okay.
Did they get all the actors or most of them for their voices?
Yeah, it's voiced by the original cast. So it's got for it. Shit, I don't know. Oh, if you buy it, if you buy it, it comes with Portuguese and Spanish subtitles, as well as English subtitles. So that's good for all you people in Portugal, Mexico, other Spanish-speaking countries. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't say the company. It's one of those situations where you have to watch an episode and watch the credits to find out for sure, or just look it up. I guess
it's grand. I heard a rumor that like some of the designs of some of the creatures in Masters of the Universe were originally featured. Some of them were reused from that. So
I'll hold that up there. And it was cool because this came with, maybe I'll do a solo layout here because this is like the last thing we're going to talk about because we're almost 4 hours long tonight, guys, which is crazy. But it's a big topic and we didn't even cover everything. Think about that. All right. So like you get it. And like it comes in this great, this looks like it might be Blu-ray, but it's not. It's DVD. And I'll show you the details on the back. I've kept the plastic partially on to preserve it. but it comes in this cardboard slipcase, which releases it, and then it's in this hard plastic shell, and it's kind of hard to open it. Like it opens like this, like a little clam shell. And see, it's got that nice little translucent thing. Then you pull it out, and it's in this little case. This is like it's like one of those Russian nesting dolls, because you got it in this. Then you pull it out of this, and it's like in one of these weird. Like, see, you got all the little pictures on each.
That's actually very reminiscent. I'll be right back, guys. Give me 1 second.
And it comes with a booklet. Comes with a friggin' booklet. Like, look how awesome that is. And then the booklet folds out. And it's got all about it. Like, it's got all about each little. Like, it's got a description of the episode for each episode. And it tells you what discs they're on, which is very important. Okay? And then it's got a thing about it. It's got an actual written blurb on the silver portion, all about it, which is nice. Gives a little bit of the history and stuff. And it's got this cool, like, sort of collage thing going on, which is also right. Here's the whole thing. I don't know if you guys can see that real well. And then on the opposite side, when you unfold the whole thing, what I'm going to do right here, it's almost like a mini poster, but you'd never use it for that because it's a booklet.
Oh, that's dope. That's dope.
And it talks about, is it real or not? Does it count as canon? And it's just great. It's just a really nice box set, and it actually wasn't that expensive. It was for pretty good price on that. You know, so it's love it. It's a little bit awkward getting it all back to the way it's supposed to be, but oops, see, I liked it. It was cool. Let me exit solo layout. Solo layout. Too much me.
Where did you buy it from? What was it, Walmart or?
I got this from a video store that we have locally that sells movies, music, and books called Bull Moose, and you can actually order stuff from them online and they'll ship it to you, or you can pick it up in the store. I bought this in the store, but.
Essentially, they seem to be doing the whole, because with that as well, Ethel, they seem to be doing the whole kind of Star Trek tri-quarter box set. I don't know if you can see it there. It's written inside Star Trek The Next Generation. Same thing as Ethel's one. You gotta take it out. Come out the fuck. And you got the little silver tin here. Oh, open it out, and you got the Enterprise there, and it opens up like that. But yeah, they were pretty cool. They done the same kind of thing for both DS9 and Voyager as well. You got the kind of tri-quarter boxes.
Yeah, it's like I remember the box set for Voyager was kind of similar to that. The box set I have for Next Generation is actually the old style cardboard accordion kind of case where you've got the plastic things glued to the paper and it folds out like this, and like you don't know which way you're opening it, and like this the booklet will drop out of a sleeve and then get on the floor and get all bent, and God damn it. It's like, this is how you do it. This right here is how you do it. But very high quality. Like that's probably the nicest box set I own, I think. I mean, it got a little roughed up in the move. Like I noticed the orange window in the center is a little roughed up, got a little scratched. It was in a box, guys. It was in a box for 4,000 miles. It's going to get a little fucked up. Nothing I can do about that. But that is basically all the Star Trek we've talked, except for Lower Decks or Picard or Discovery or the new thing that they got premiering this month. I think it just went by a few days ago. Was it the new season of Discovery, or was it a new show?
New series of Discovery, but we're also getting a new series called Bold New Worlds, or to boldly go. No, Bold New Worlds. It's all about Pike, and it's a spin-off from Discovery.
Series.
Is that the CGI one? Because I saw a trailer for a CGI Star Trek.
There's a cartoon. There's an animated CG cartoon. Called Christ, it's something Academy. Janeway is the main character in it, and it's about recruits joining Starfleet.
But it's kind of weird what's happened to Star Trek. It's not quite the way it used to be. I mean, I guess that's how things always are going to end up as they get older and change and have new spins put on them. I feel like a lot of the message has been lost, which is why I don't like Discovery or Picard. I've seen bits of pieces of it, and Marty has told me some things that they do, which is kind of like not Star Trek shit. Like, you don't torture an alien like
Space daffodils.
Space daffodils. Fucking Christ.
That sounds awesome. Space daffodils sound cool.
It really fucking isn't.
Star Trek is not flying around in your Superman suit. That's not Star Trek. I don't know what that is, but it ain't Star Trek. It's like Gundam or some shit.
Yeah, she's in a suit that makes her a cybernetic angel.
And Picard looks miserable as well.
The thing I love about Picard, right, is fuck it, spoilers for anyone who wants to watch. The fucker ups and dies at the end of the season, but Yoon Sung, the third or fourth, makes him a new body, a new android body, right? Any kind of body he wants, but he makes him an android body of the now 90-year-old fucking Picard.
Yeah.
It's like, yes, what kind of body? We can make you any body. I want my old body back. The one with arthritis, yes.
Like, and that in and of itself is not Star Trek. You told me something they did with 7 of 9, which I do not approve of. This is not the character we were given in Voyager. No.
I think that was just virtue signaling what they did with that character.
At its finest, she is supposed to be with Chakotay. She is not supposed to be a lesbian. That is not what was set up. That is not her character. If you go back and you watch Voyager, there's an episode where the doctor is teaching her the finer points of dating, and he's clearly interested in men. She's clearly interested in men. She had her selection of her selection of crew members that she wanted to ask out were all men. She had it narrowed down to 5. There were no women considered. It's like, it's fine. You want to have a lesbian character? That's great. That's fine. I like it. But you don't take a character that's clearly not lesbian and make them lesbian. It's weird. It's just weird. Weird. And then, like, you got the people who try to ship her with Janeway, which is also weird. Don't do that. That's weird.
She's a
I didn't get that vibes. I thought they were supposed to be like mother and daughter. That's what I got from the episode.
Yeah, it's like a mother-daughter relationship, or maybe even a big sister to little sister relationship, if you want to take that view on it. But there's no romance there. What the fuck? Come on, people. Come on. Like, come on. Like, come on. But I don't know. Whatever. It is what it is. It is what it is. Watch it. Don't watch it. I just I won't be watching it. It just does not sound very good. It's not what it's supposed to be. But anyway, we've passed the 4-hour mark, guys, so I think it's time to wind things down and wrap things up. And as I usually do, I'm going to kick things over to the person to my immediate right. DMC Campbell, what's next in the pipeline for you, buddy? What's going on?
I'm just going to try and finish off doing Marty's video memories, get that all done. But apart from that, nothing else.
Good. Trent. Trench, anything interesting going on, man? Any live streams you're gonna be chilling on or doing or anything?
I did put out a video today, of kind of a music video. I just put alternate music to an ending credits to a movie. I also may be involved in a podcast, and I might be involved in some collaborations with some other YouTubers, but that is still in the very early stages, so nothing concrete yet.
Oh, hey,
Come
Jen.
here, Trench, when are you appearing on Lou Hammer again?
I don't know if I'm going back to Lou Hammer.
Okay.
It's okay. Marty, what's up with you, man? What's going on next? What's in the pipelines? What's the good word?
Well, still looking for submissions for my VHS memories and Ode to the Video Store. Again, sorry to wreck your heads, guys, but I'm looking for segments between 5 and 10 minutes, all about your fond memories of video stores, growing up, your local video stores, what movies you rented. Did you ever get cut out? Did you ever think a movie was awesome because the cover art was awesome, but then you watched it was a stinker? Any weirdos that worked there? Was there any movie you rented out over and over again? Video games, any cabinets, any special displays, any gimmicks, any memories at all? Let me know. Film the video, 5-10 minutes. Have it unlisted and link it to me. I'm going to cobble it together and basically release the documentary around middle to the latter part of December. The deadline is the 2nd of December. I may, and that's the big may now, push it to the 5th, but I'm not going to be working through this bastard right up until Christmas. The earlier, the better. But yeah, anyone, again, DMC, thanks a million for contributing, dude. I have a couple of people already have their videos sent in. And again, no matter what size channel, I big, small, popular, unpopular, just send them in to me, and I'll work them in.
Excellent. And I'll be contributing to that as well at some point. I got to film it. I already know what I want to talk. I know what I want to say, but I got to film it, and that's finding the space and time to do that is tricky right now. But I'm going to do it, and I'll get it in before the deadline. So it'll be cool. As far as myself, continuing with Sci-Fi Sunday, guys. Fucking Sci-Fi Sunday. Next Sunday is the last Sunday of the month, and I can't believe it's here already. And we're going to be talking about cannibal movies. Talk about cannibal movies because it's Thanksgiving time. And what do you do on Thanksgiving? You stuff your face. And what do cannibals do? They stuff their face with your face. So cannibal movies. We're going to talk about those. And it's going to be great. And what am I doing for Friday? Friday, we got a watch along, guys. I haven't had the movie picked yet because I haven't put it up for voting. But keep your eyes peeled at my Twitter. Because that's where I'm going to put the chance to vote. You know, I'll put 4 movies up, and you just look at the movies and think which one you want to watch, and then you pop pop your pick in the description, not the description, in the in the thread, I guess they call it, and I'll pick it. So you can look to me there at underscore Ethel underscore cross underscore, and yeah, hit me up. And if you want to talk to me, I'll talk to you there. I've been joined tonight by DMC Campbell, Soulless Trenchcoat, Trenchy, and my good friend Marty from Trash Picture Show. I want to thank everyone in the chat. Thank you, Full Moon. Thank you, John Steele. Thank you, friggin' Stoop Doop. Who else am I forgetting? I'm forgetting everybody. Thank you, Dan and Horror. Thank you, Jen's Reviews from Graves. Anybody else I forgot? Sorry, but fucking, I still love you. I didn't mean to forget you. I'm just not going to scroll because then I'll highlight a comment accidentally. But yeah, thank you to all the people in the chat. Thank you to all the people who are lurking and not in the chat. And thank you to everybody just watching in the future and later. If you like these kinds of things that I do, if you're interested, give it a thumbs up. Let me know. I need to know. Tell me. And if you absolutely hated it and you had a rotten time and you can't believe you sat here for 4 hours and watched a bunch of nerds talk about Star Trek, give me a thumbs down. I can take it. Leave me a comment. Tell me why. It's cool. It's whatever. And again, if you liked it, you're super enthused, maybe consider subscribing. There's a subscribe button. There's a bell. You can hit the Taco Bell button, and I don't know how much Taco Bell it's going to give you, but it'll let you know when I do these things. You'll be notified instantly. So yeah, check you guys out this Friday, and I'll check you out Sunday. So see you then. Adios.
Long
Later,
live the
dudes.
Terran Empire.
Oh,
Da-da.
Da-da-da-da.